in a stream. But I don't.
Yeah.
Thing is, I don't know what
this is pretty small. So I mean.
Okay,
yeah, it's
Robert, what you need to do is this. Once it goes on air, you need to go to your YouTube, find out what the Oh, we're live. Okay, cool.
Yep, we're live. So we're going. So welcome anyone who's watching, which is probably no one. But this is the Stoll review Stoll panel show, episode 1, Trouble in Gamergate, and we so yeah, basically what we have is these are all people from Gamergate, a Gamergate group, as well as, and we're just going to basically talk about things. So go ahead, spread the word, and Rachel, you were saying?
Oh, hey, sorry. Oh, I was saying that what we can do to get people in here is, if anybody has Twitter, I have Twitter. If we can get the URL, then we can just shove it around, because otherwise this place is going to be deader than. Wait, what's something? Name something dead.
we need a link to spam.
Yeah. Oh wait. Deader than Nina Sarkeesian's career is going to be by the end of this.
Oh yeah.
Right, there we go.
Let me get the link. That's a good idea.
The difference between her and
just signs me into a Google account.
But speaking of Sarkeesian, and that's the interesting thing, she was on Colbert. Who else saw that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I skipped it completely. All right, so I'm putting this in.
If you post it in Gamergate Ultras, I'll spam it everywhere.
Yes, there we are. I will spam the things with things.
That's what I do.
Look at that. There we go. And then and I'll post it in the Gamergate group.
Okay.
Okay.
That will help.
We can sort of start. And I mean, I guess some introductions.
Oh wait! What happened with Blizzard? Jonathan McIntosh is going full Macintosh.
Like usual.
No, I think it says the tweet says every female character Blizzard design uses exactly the same character model. Only one female body type, but it comes in multiple colors.
Full Macintosh.
This is how you make games, isn't it? You don't want to be writing a different model for every single character, because it takes bloody ages.
Yeah.
It can take a couple of days to like make a figure in Blender that looks realistic, or it can take months.
I remember when I used to play Resident Evil 2, all the zombies look alike.
Yeah.
All the
of course you do.
have like tank tops.
I find 3DS Max is a better alternative.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
but I'm just an chill.
Yeah.
I used to be in Autodesk. But
I love Autodesk. I use it every day.
I was in a robotics group, and we had to use Autodesk, and so we basically got screwed over by their licensing and everything like that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose that's why people use Blender and Maya and stuff like that. I don't know, actually. I don't. I just talk about games. I don't make them.
We're making a game right now, and we're failing at it.
Oh. Well, I can add you to some dev groups, but it's full of fucking people who hate Gamergate, so I don't know how much help it would be.
I'm making the best game in the world. It's called Operation Athletics. Hey, stop your shameful plugin.
What?
Which
We're in
plugin?
the same.
Oh, what happened to Rachel?
I'm muted, guys.
What?
Let me.
Somebody's got. I'll tell you exactly what's happened. Somebody's
Okay,
got.
Cutter. Yeah, sorry about that.
Wait, who's probably Robert?
Turn down your speaker. Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, that should be sorted.
Okay, where's Rachel?
Yeah, she like went away.
Oh my god.
Okay, she's back.
Okay, there we go.
I would love to write a video game, but I have to finish my thesis. I need to graduate my college. I need to do my college degree.
Absolutely.
That's why I care about Gamergate in a sense, because I'm a bachelor in social science, and also I'm an international analyst. And like Gamergate, it's not just about video games, it's about a lot of things, especially about social justice warriors in academia. And that's an important thing because they're basically in the same communities that I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, social sciences.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
So you have a lot of it.
history right now. Like, it's... And, I mean, yeah, it is in academia.
What did I miss? I totally disappeared for a second.
Yeah.
Good to have you back.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, if it's social justice warriors immerse themselves in social science academia, how do I know that the next articles or the next text documents that I read to base my investigations are going to be objective enough?
That's already a struggle with you know, in the research in like the classes I have. Like, for example, right now I'm taking an anthropology course, and the book is just unabashedly gynocentric, and it's an anthropology course of all things.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, could
So
you describe that a little? Can you give us an example of how it's a gynocentric?
So they talk about war, for example, but then they start talking about the cost on women instead of the cost on men, even though they're
Or the cost on everybody, basically, and what that does.
Yeah. Which
to
is
society.
especially insulting because they're talking about the wives of men who have been captured in war zones.
Yeah. Yeah, these women, you know, they get captured and things like that. A lot of terrible things happen to them, but a lot of terrible things are happening to the men too. I mean, if you're getting eviscerated out on a battlefield, if you're being drawn and quartered, that's pretty bad. You don't just ignore that and say, "Oh my gosh, the women were also captured." Well,
which I mean,
yeah, it's bad. It's bad, but it's not being drawn and quartered. And it's bad, but it's bad in a different way. And you have to acknowledge the badness altogether. You know, like it's shit all around. Okay, for everybody.
Yeah. And you also have to acknowledge that the people doing this badness are the enemy that we're fighting. Yeah, that we're trying to stop them because they do this kind of rubbish. You know, so but always it's us getting the blame for fighting these wars and saying, oh, look at all this rape we've caused. No, we didn't cause any of that. We tried to stop that with military resources.
Well, it depends who started the war.
Who are you blaming, is what I would say. Perhaps
I mean,
that's not such a good point.
Yeah, there's a lot of... The thing about it is that when it comes down to war and poverty and all these things, the social justice means of solving it is not the best way. Basically, it's more, they have these very simplistic ideas of how we solve problems, like how we solve the problem of rape, or how we solve the problem of poverty, or how we solve all of these really huge problems, and it's always something like we need to fix, we need to fix toxic masculinity, and if we fix toxic masculinity, people won't rape. Well, what about all the women that are raping? Holy crap, what about lesbian rape? What about all of these horrible things that are just human problems that need to be dealt with? But instead it's this very simplistic idea of like, well, there's a rape culture because of toxic masculinity and because we're sexualizing women. Well, we're sexualizing men too. Holy crap. They don't have this idea. They're not thinking clearly about how we need to attack this problem with a little band-aid over this festering open wound. It's like, here, take this little Hello Kitty band-aid and I'm just going to put it on there. It's not going to do shit. You got to treat the wound.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really pisses me off is that those typical like posters, why I need feminism, because her master's degree in gender studies It's supposed to be equal as important as other types of degrees. I'm doing
like
my
an engineering degree or.
No, it's capitalism. I mean, even on that front, I mean, it's a little insulting to hear that because I'm going into history, which is what I believe is an undervalued degree. But we want more pay for all these everyone who works in these fields that don't get as much. They're saying no, we want more for women, which is like, well, bitch, where's my equal pay? I want to be paid engineering salary to do history.
Jessica Valenti. The thing about Jessica Valenti and the whole pay men less and women more.
Yeah.
Bloody Valenti.
She's, oh gosh, Jessica Valenti. I'm at this point where at first it's really hard to tell whether or not she's really smart and she knows that this is what pisses people off enough to click her article, or if she genuinely is like so detached from reality that she doesn't understand that this pisses people off. I'm not sure which it is, and it sort of goes back and forth. She has to know to some extent that this is going to piss people off because she backpedals in that article. She backpedals. She says, "Oh, I know that this is kind of unreasonable, but if we're not going to close the wage gap till 2095, I just don't know what else is a better idea to do." I'm like, you're never going to close the gap when you go by the way that they're collecting information for these statistics, because they're not. We're talking about lifetime salaries. The way that it's calculated, you're not looking at this correctly. They're not looking at how much time has she taken off in her lifetime to raise children, or is she getting these high-paying degrees. You're not going to get you're not going to get paid the same amount as an engineer or a businessman being a teacher.
No.
I mean, it depends on also these different occupations. If you're in a medical field, is a nurse going to get paid the same pay as a doctor? Hell no.
No.
It's common sense, and they don't think about it that way. They just
deliberately they don't.
Yeah, they don't.
They do their statistics to meet their conclusions that they've already done. They do that.
Yeah. It's completely opposite. It's completely opposite to what should be done. It's trying to fit the evidence. It's trying to fit the evidence to a model instead of using the evidence to create the model. Which, I mean,
Well, if you tell these people, if you were to give them the proper information and say, listen, these jobs, they pay more, and if you're a woman and you want to get paid more, take some of these jobs. It's not going to be as it's not going to be as oversaturated as a lot of these jobs in the humanities are, and that's why they tend to not. A lot of these humanities jobs don't make as much money. It's very hard to get that job in the first place. A lot of people are sitting on useless degrees that will never get them anywhere because it's a very, very saturated market. You have to be brilliant to get a job at some of these things. You have to have something that sets you apart from everybody else.
Which, I mean, it's like teaching. It's like teaching right now is oversaturated, which is, really bad news for, American education systems because, it's...
Why?
We are having, in our country, we're having, like, each week we're having protests about the education system because, well, in our country, well, it's a socialist country, so they want it for free. But that's not the problem. The problem is the quality of the education is horrible because the worst students are becoming teachers, and the best students are going other ways. I mean, the number, like the score to be a teacher is very low, and it should be higher. Like Asian countries have great education because the best students become teachers, not the worst.
Yeah.
And
if I can just interject, you see, I was educated in the British public school system, which is not public school. That means it's private. And that is, my education was paid for by health insurance because I was dyslexic. So I went to a sort of boarding school, and all the teachers there had careers. They'd had careers before they came to teaching, and the difference was amazing, really, because they'd lived lives. They understood what these subjects really were for in the real world, rather than in academic senses. I think that's the way teaching should be. It shouldn't be you come from school, university, teacher training, college, and then you're teaching kids. You have no life experience to teach you how to deal with people in that situation, in that circumstance. And I think that is where a lot of the problems come. They just can't control a class of 30-plus pupils like an ex-Army Sergeant Major can control a class of 30 pupils. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, and that's really what plays into. I'm sorry if I cut you off, but I will just say the one thing. That's what where it really plays into Gamergate. It's all these academic, you know, they're professional. They're these academic feminist types, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't get jobs in any of their degrees, and I see this as a pattern. You look at people like Lacey Green and Anita Sarkeesian and all these other people. They have at least one useless degree on their. I mean, you can sit there and you can look. You can pull up their LinkedIn things and you can look at their degrees that they are not using. Lacey Green actually has a degree. I think it's in chemistry. I think it's a science degree. She does not use that. And yeah, she actually has a science degree, at least one, and she doesn't use it at all. Instead, she went back to school to get to I think it was like something like communications or psychology or something like that. Yeah, I think it was psychology. Something like actually no, she didn't. No, it's not psychology. It was something else. But yeah, it's not a medical degree or psychology degree. It's one of those. It's something probably like communications or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anita Sarkeesian, before she got her degree, her master's degree in social and political thought or whatever, she got one in communications, and of course she realized very soon that was completely fucking worthless. And Stewie Park, she has a degree in psychology. Does she ever use it? Hell no.
Not really.
She instead goes to colleges to speak about feminism and these little things and intersectionality and all that other crap. And that's what this is really coming out of. These people got these incredibly useless degrees, and instead of doing something that helps people, they instead bitch on the internet or they use feminism to get ahead and make a career out of feminism because that's the only thing that they can do. That's the only skills that they really possess.
They set themselves up as consultants to firms, and it's really extortion, isn't it? They're effectively going up to very successful businesses and says, either you pay me and I tell you about how to integrate feminism into your business and you do that, or we're going to all dogpile you and make you look so shit. We're going to ruin your reputations, we're going to make big campaigns about it, you'll have feminists shouting at you and throwing their bras at you. And so they say, yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, sure, we'll give you a couple of 100,000 and you drop in once a month or something and talk to us.
And it's really
it's like the mafia.
It's a perfect con, to be honest. It's a perfect con because right now, as we live in this society, there are about 2 different groups of people that you're not allowed to speak about in a negative. You're not allowed to say anything about minorities, and you're not allowed to say anything about feminism. And that's the thing. That's fine. I mean, people are very protective of that. It's a very sore area. Basically, it becomes very tender depending on what it is. If the more politically correct it is, even if the person themselves are being entirely politically incorrect, they're not really matching up with the narrative. The more that they don't match up with the narrative of how they're supposed to be, like if they're a victim or whatever, the more uncomfortable it tends to become. And you're not allowed to speak about it. Like, you're not allowed to say certain things about women. Like, you're not allowed to talk about them as rapists or if
child abusers.
If you're in a situation where there's this idea of a power hierarchy. I took a sociology class, and the way that the man explained it to me, I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, but you know, it was incredibly racist and sexist, but I'm pretty sure that he was of the social justice mentality and didn't realize that this was incredibly sexist and racist, because he was explaining the power dynamics between black people and white people in class and all the other stuff, right? So the way he explained it in the class was the reason why you don't often see the reason why you don't often see white men and black women together is because of the power differential or whatever. Because he said you're more likely to see black men and white women because they are more on the same level or on the hierarchy or whatever. Because men are disadvantaged, black men are disadvantaged, and white women are disadvantaged. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He was teaching intersectionality, and this is what they fucking teach. Maybe not in that way, but they're saying there's a hierarchy of victimhood. There's
a progressive stack.
Speaking of which, and sort of in the sort of realm of Gamergate, did you wasn't it? I think it was like Kotaku or Polygon or someone who actually ran a competition that tried to rank demographics. Like you could vote on, who was the most the
sounds more like Salon to me.
Well, it may have been Salon, but it's it's just one of those sites that is owned by Gawker that
Really, this is just, it's socially acceptable racism. It's socially acceptable bigotry on their part, but because they do it, it's okay.
The
and
funny
it's
thing
so
is,
incredibly ridiculous. Go on. Sorry, I spoke over you. Go on.
Sorry. The funny thing is that it's very much like all of the thing about the racism is when I listen to Americans talking about racism and about intersectionality, it's like they especially the social justice warriors are like in this segregationist like state that they don't understand that outside the U.S. there's another culture like very much under them, like in the southern region there's a culture that never understood the meaning of segregation. Like Latin America, we always mix, and we never understood why people couldn't mix. I mean, the church sometimes said that no, you cannot marry that person, but people still live together. And there are pictures about people mixing, and there are names about all of the mixes that existed to like the mix of the mix of the mix, and we never understood the segregation process of like people, black people. Even the slaves went to the same church that the masters. They learned to read. Like, of course, all depended on the country, but there is no discrimination in some countries than in others, because some countries tend to be more on
well. We've previously prided ourselves on the fact that like all of the immigration in England has kind of worked, except perhaps for Islam. But everybody has integrated. People haven't stuck to their own kind here. People have moved around socially, and they've married into other families, and it's not even a dilution. It's a proper integration. Like you will have families that sort of half black, half white, because of mum and dad and that kind of thing. And they will do Caribbean things, and they will do English things, like they'll all go to the match, but on Sunday it's a huge rice and peas and chicken picnic, and all the family come around. And it kind of works. And why has this kind of not happened in America?
I think I could answer that, and it's probably not going to be the answer a lot of people like. It's some, and yeah, people aren't gonna like. I would say it would have to do. Part of it is the mentality of the people, but also part of it is this idea of self-segregation. Like, we can't trust the white man, or we can't trust black people, or we can't trust all these people. And what's happened is people are so, I guess there's this unwillingness to trust one another. And I would say that at least part of it, not all, is from this sort of cultural Marxism, this idea of oppression, where you've got this constant chip on your shoulder that you can never fully let go of. And I've met people of all races who have had this chip on their shoulder, so it isn't a racial thing. It's this idea that somebody is always oppressing you, no matter how far you come, no matter how much progress you make, no matter who you are, whether you're rich or poor, black, white, Hispanic. that someone out there is oppressing you and there's some kind of evil dark agent at work that is keeping you back, when in reality a lot of it is you are letting this be a barrier to your success. You're not letting that go. And I'm not allowed to say things like that because I pass as white, even though I'm half Hispanic.
Well, I'll tell you something even more interesting. I'm a big fan of Tommy De Sotomayor, who, now he's as black as you like. I mean, I don't think they get much blacker than him. But when he says to people in the black community that the reason we feel oppressed and that kind of thing, it's not white people oppressing us. They're trying to pull us up. It's us other black people saying, oh, you shouldn't be doing that because that's a kind of white man thing. Oh, you clearly think you're better than all of us. And he gets so much abuse, so many death threats, so much hatred. I mean, gun-type death threats. People will send him pictures of guns and shit like that and say, we know where you live. People have hassled him on the street. And it shocks me that I can really see there that he's right and he's being truthful when he says that to an extent it's other black people keeping us down, and more often than not it's black women keeping us down. And they're telling us in the home, your daddy ain't no good and you ain't going to be no good when you... Oh, I shouldn't do that. When you grow up and that kind of thing. And they are creating, at a very young stage, a culture of we are not meant to succeed, we shouldn't succeed. The only way I can succeed is by selling drugs and getting rich and being the big fucking man, which of course is not a real thing. You know, you're never going to get rich by being a criminal. You're going to get killed or you're going to get put in jail.
Which, it's activism tied to to money, essentially, which is, which, if you don't have a cause, I mean, that's why a lot of these sort of the more negative kinds of feminism have started to come around because, well, on top of, really none of the feminist history actually being egalitarian, they don't have problems, but they have money and a willing audience, and so they need problems. So what do? They start saying video games are sexist.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that all of these high up people in Gamergate, all of these folks who are on the anti-Gamergate side, not all of them, mind you, but the top ones, the ones who have started all this crap, they are not just rich, they are loaded. And I've said this, I've called it super villain loaded. Because you have enough money that you could, if you wanted to, go make a evil secret volcano lair on some island out there. Because, I mean, okay, Jonathan McIntosh's family, they own a private island. I don't know about Nia Sarkeesian, but I think that they at least own some kind of business. I don't think she has a lot.
Quinn's parents are rich.
Yeah,
Alex
I think so.
Lipschitz is rich.
Yeah, Brianna Wu, multi-millionaire family.
Wasn't Jonathan McIntosh basically saying that we were the rich kids?
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones telling us. They're the ones telling us that we're privileged. Projection much. That's the thing. They're telling us we're all these privileged, rich, cis hetero white men, and who are they? They are rich, cis hetero white men.
Yeah.
White
people.
White people.
I'm not gonna say I'm privileged in the sense that I have internet connection, but I live in a community. I have in front of me, I have this hospital that was never built, and it was it was like a empty place, like an abandoned place for 40 years before that. Now they're going to construct like a center there. But the thing is that it's because the municipality in my neighborhood is too poor to actually construct something in it. So they had to wait 40 years to do it.
Wow.
And they had to use private people. You can see basically it's like an abandoned like a place like those ones that you see on pictures, completely just rock or cement and cables and Well, that.
It's really weird because this whole thing, it seems to be like these guys are like the new wave of yuppies. Like we should just call them like hipster yuppies because that's what they are. They're like, no, we're not our parents. We're not our parents. Oh my gosh, like we're alternative. We're edgy and cool, and we're not gonna do all the same things. We don't have to play by the rules. We don't have to play by the rules of ethics or anything. We're bloggers.
But
damn it.
But you know, what system do they know? I mean, this is, you know, constantly the story we hear where, oh no, we're better than the people who came before, but then, you know, you find out that the only Bandai that they know is this corrupt form of you know, of whatever it is. So all of a sudden, you know, they start adopting them, and under the pretense that no, we don't actually adopt any of this. You know, yeah.
And the reason I say hipster yuppie, and I'm going to say it, and the reason why I'm saying it this way is, I don't know, some of these people might consider themselves to be hipsters, but here's the thing, though. The way it is this. These people aren't like your normal young professionals that came out of, like, the 80s and then into the early 90s and things like that, where they worked really hard and they wanted so much to be adults and to kick a lot of ass and prove themselves. Instead, these are the people who aren't, you know, they had issues. They didn't find themselves a nice job. They had to have mommy and daddy help them, and so they don't know their shit. They don't know what they're doing. And so they enter into the indie games area. And the thing about it is that the way that it differs, at least from what I've come to understand, in terms of how the structuring works, is that it used to be such a small scene. It used to be such a small area where everybody knew themselves. Sorry, not themselves. They knew everybody, you know? And then what happens is that it got really big, very fast, and they didn't adjust their policies. And that's where all the corruption comes in, because they're still acting like they're this small little entity, but they're getting huge. It's like you had that cute little, you know, Doberman puppy, and then it got, oh my gosh, and now it's too big for its house. It needs a new house. It needs to be restructured and rebuilt. But they didn't do that. They're trying to have the big dog still be able to live in that small little house and to still go by the same rules, but it doesn't work anymore. You have to adjust. You have to adapt. You have to change your policies. You've got to be transparent. But they haven't done that because they're still under that mentality. And that's what happened with also a lot of these game these game publications, these online publications. They're actually they say that they're very small and they're not very big and things like that, but it seems to be like they have been getting big, and they just have that small mentality. They're like, we're really small, we're really small. There's only a couple hundred of us.
I mean,
in this company.
Polygon seems big.
Oh yeah, they are big, and the thing to keep in mind is Jonathan McIntosh has been involved with them. He writes for them on occasion around a lot of... Oh god, his articles are... Oh jeez. If you want some wonderful full McIntosh, definitely read those. Yeah, he writes for Polygon, so don't... They're very social justice orientated. Yeah. They make... It's no secret. They've been that way for a very long time. Even before Gamergate, I knew that Polygon was that kind of website. It's just the others that I wasn't so sure of because I didn't really go to them.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been the same names cropping up over years, hasn't it? Like.
Oh yeah, Gawker has been one on the radar for a long time.
Long time. Yeah.
Long time.
And Deadspin, and they all kind of knew each other and knew they were doing something, even down to the sort of activist level, even down to the readership level. They all knew that they were part of the same thing. And this is what I kind of love about these social justice warriors. They are convinced they're not doing anything in any way nefarious. So we really do have to point out to them and say, look, you're colluding here. This is what they call conspiracy. And they're like, no. There's nothing wrong with us being Marxists and cultural Marxists.
They're like, no, like we're just meeting with each other to talk about how to censor certain
all of
stories.
You? Yes.
Well, it's not anything bad. It's just we don't want people to know that we were fucking people that we were writing about.
Yeah, we're just being ironic when we say that all nerds should be rounded up and put in death camps. And I think, well, it doesn't matter if you're joking. Nobody else gets that. Like, so fucking stop it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not funny to talk about that. Like, they basically attack their readership with all kind of names. And we all know that we are all a bunch of nerds. So every time they mention nerds, do they think they're mentioning anybody else? Like, we all know we are a bunch of nerds. We are not jocks or the cheerleader.
Everyone has a neckbeard, apparently.
Yeah. I'm basically like a cave-dwelling neckbeard, but I'm a girl, so...
Deep inside, we are all white cis males.
Don't you know, Samantha? Both of us, we've got internalized misogyny, according to them. We hate ourselves for being female or whatever. I don't know. I still watch my Sailor Moon and look at like shoujo comics and shit like that on occasion, but and crochet and enjoy watching ice dancing. But oh gosh, I hate being a woman. Oh my gosh. I hate other women. Oh my gosh. No, I don't.
Well, this is it. I'm straight and white, but I love musical theatre. Well,
me too.
I don't. I mean, I just love it when V do musical theatre. But
well, I love actual musical theater and everything, but yeah, I don't know how I didn't get called gay all throughout high school.
I went to an all girls school. I went to an all girls school. I went to a Catholic school. So we used uniforms. And we all were striving to have good grades and be good girls. So there was not a very big difference about like nerds and popular girls. I mean, I live in another society, so the whole popular girl popularity contest in high school, it doesn't really exist. I mean, the most popular ones are the smarter ones because you need help from them. Like, you ask them so they can help you with your homework. But the whole popularity doesn't really exist in our society, especially because we all use uniforms. Our uniforms are obligatory to all schools.
I see.
Yeah. So, clothing over here is like this sort of status symbol in schools. So it's you're governed by like, do you look nice and stuff like that. And
yeah, I mean, we had uniforms in my school, but, you know, it was pants and khakis. Everyone wore pants and khakis, and girls went away with skirts. But, you know.
I would have gladly accepted a school uniform because I had somebody write in my yearbook, like, I would be friends with you if you had nicer clothes. That was... I am not kidding. Wow. That was like middle school yearbook. It was like, I would hang out with you. You seem nice, but you don't have nice enough clothes. You don't have the clothes that match up with my status.
And then that person grew up to work for Gamasutra.
It was bad.
We used to have leaving books at our school that we'd go around and people would try and get them signed. And like, you had to buy them from the school shop. And I deliberately didn't buy one. I thought, I don't want one. As soon as that bell rings and the term ends, I'm fucking out of here, and I'm never.
We've got Skullkid. Oh, hello, Skullkid.
Hello.
Ooh, do we have a manual in here?
Yes, I think we do. Yes. He's got a really awesome avatar.
Let's see if.
Well, sorry.
Okay. Let me unmute him here. All right.
Oh, Emmanuel. Excellent. Skullkid. Yeah. All right, Emmanuel.
Hello.
Hey,
hello.
We got Terrence Pops down in the Gamergate Ultra room.
Oh, really?
Should I try and pester him into coming?
Oh, you could. I could. Well, there's some people I could poke, but I don't know if they would come. Maybe if I poke one of the folks I know. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be awesome if we could get like Otter Jesus? He's been doing a really cool hashtag. I think it was like. Hug,
yeah.
I would love to get RGs. I don't even know if he's like got anything.
So so we also have Frozen Byte Studio or Binary Studios. I mean, trying to enter. He's
Yes, please.
Silente.
Yeah, yeah, it's confusing. Google's being shitty right now, so
Does anybody else have Twitter aside from me, who is friends with Otter Jesus? Because like I can't run Twitter in the background. I would like to see if I could get him because like he's so awesome. He's so cool. He's got all the pictures of the cute otters, and it was like it made me happy because there's so many depressing things happening in Gamergate all the time.
Yeah.
And then suddenly there's cute otters. I'm like, oh my gosh!
Brilliant.
Suddenly there's otters hugging each other, and they're
like it seems like Jesus remembers you, that I love you, and like something like that. Like he loves us, and here's a cute picture of an otter having fun.
okay, that's pretty cute. I mean, I don't do Twitter. I'm absolutely scared of Twitter. But
I can try now, but I'm gonna go quiet for a while because otherwise I will get robotic. So
I do everything.
Just carry on amongst yourselves as I go into Twitter.
Yes.
And do my little.
Yes.
I will go down on the
Be
badger
safe.
copter. The badger copter. I will be back.
To the badger copter.
yeah.
Hey, we need to talk about the spaghetti.
Right.
Spaghetti. King of Paul, he likes his spaghetti, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yes, he also been doing some interesting things. So so this is the main topic. Sorry, people. This is as the title suggests. I mean, I really just sort of wanted to use this opportunity to try to figure out just what the fuck is going on with between like Mundane Matt, Game of King of Coal, and everything like that, and just try to make some sense of all these all these shill accusations all of a sudden coming out with these people. So
reminds me of the time of the communist McCarthy era and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that actually.
But this is fair enough, because with the McCarthy thing, the communists never directly said, "Oh look, we're like infiltrating you like Billio."
Yeah, they were transparent.
Yeah. Whereas RSJWs have definitely said we are actually infiltrating you. So it is perfectly fair for people to take them seriously and have a bit of a witch hunt, because they've told us they're here. So we do have to look to a certain extent. We have to make sure we're safe and clean. Besides, I've seen this shilling. I know what it is. I mean, I come from gaming culture. I come from Mafia Wars, where we have clans. Sometimes clans that have 500 odd people in them. And so I've been through plenty of coups d'etats. I've been through plenty of infiltrations and that kind of thing. And I know exactly. I used to do it myself, so I know exactly how to shill and how you do it. It's basically just spreading it out. You come in and you say, "Oh, we're losing. This is really bad," or you come in and say, "I don't trust this admin. He's a fucking idiot," type thing. And quickly you get this paranoia thing going. The admins sort of half realise that there are people in their group that shouldn't be, and that kind of thing. They get very paranoid. They have a purge. It makes the whole clan angry, and then guaranteed within a month or so, a group of those will split off and say, "Oh, we're going off to form our own clan and do our own thing this way." So
which, I mean, I've seen over and over again. I mean, I used to actually, this happened in one of the atheist groups that I used to be in, and then Atheism Plus happened, and all of a sudden that group just became just really, really, really toxic fast, and it's, it's someone let the SJW cat out of the bag, and it totally split people. It totally split the community, which has resulted in essentially a totally different group that I now follow that sort of just avoids the topic altogether.
Yeah, but I really hate it when you go on pages or places and then, like, just because you have like a different point of view on things, right away, bad.
Yeah.
It gets so annoying.
Yeah.
The strange thing is the whole, like, all these people that we know, like, they are celebrities, like Monday Matt or Internet Aristocrats. They used to be very much friends. And suddenly they started to betray each other. Not necessarily the group, but the drama comes from them. Like internet aristocrat becoming friends with Paul, and then Paul saying that Matt is a chill. And we all know the internet aristocrat in the first moment defended Matt. Like, he went with the whole Five Guys burgers and fries to defend Matt about the accusation made of the banning of the video that he made about Soy Queen. So, and now suddenly they have started to be
I think that will fix itself.
Yeah.
You know, I think that will fix itself because Monday Matt is very reasonable and he has defended himself very reasonably and say, hey, no, look, man, I'm innocent. And Sargon has very much been the peacemaker and say, hey, look, I kind of wound King Apollo up in that thread and made him say that stuff, so you should be blaming me as well. And he is very much trying to get them to shake hands, and I expect they will. I expect this will be a blip and it will be smoothed over quite quickly because all these guys are good guys. They are genuine friends now. We've all made some solid friendships in Game to Game.
The thing that I noticed about some of these folks, the things that I've noticed about this is this. Oh, Mundane Matt and Internet Aristocrat used to be more of the same kind of mindset. But Mundane Matt he had a change of heart and he wanted to start being a little more careful with the trolling and everything like that. And I'm gonna calm the fuck down. I'm gonna try and be more of an adult. Whereas Internet Aristocrat, he still likes to fuck with people and he's gonna do what he's gonna do. And I don't have any issue with him. I think he's an awesome guy, and what he does really, really well. And King of Pole is still of that mindset as well, of the Internet Aristocrat kind of mindset as well. There are folks that have come out of the 4chan kind of sense of humor and things like that.
Yes,
and
King of
Sargon
Pole
is more, whereas Sargon is more of a calm, collected kind of guy. He does educational he does very kind of academic sorts of videos, very well thought out.
Yeah, beautiful philippics he does, which is where you tear apart someone else's video or opinion. I think that's called a philippic. And he's so good at it. He's so good. The exasperation he exudes in his voice with these people's ridiculous ideas. You can almost see steam venting off his forehead.
Alright, so it looks like we have in on this, so
excellent.
No, don't use my real name.
Okay.
We're sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, sorry I'm late. I've had to spend all afternoon trying to figure out how YouTube sucks with Google+, so yay.
Yeah, we've had to do that a bunch. I've had to do that, so yeah, it's yay, good first, live stream things to do apparently.
Yeah.
Awesome.
This is better than my first one, that's for sure. Yeah.
Everything always starts off like original and then pretty good, and then it becomes more complex.
Yeah.
Monday Matt is gonna make a buck. He's gonna do what he's gonna do, but I don't think he's not genuine. I think he's very genuine about what he's trying to do. I think he's very mindful of what he needs to do. So I don't think you would call him a shill. Is he making money on some of this? Yes, he is, and
everyone's making money off of this.
He's never lied about that at all. He's never lied and said that he wasn't going to get money from games. Yes, and he said, listen, if you like what I do, turn off your ad block while you're on my videos and help me out. And that's he also says he's got a regular job as well, if I'm not mistaken. Because this doesn't pay all of the bills, and that's why he hasn't shown his face. That's why he doesn't speak as much about what he does on the other end, because he would probably lose that income. He would lose his job probably from his involvement with a lot of this stuff.
He has always said that he deliberately stays to the middle ground in disputes. He likes to take the middle view of anything he talks about. He's balanced. He's resistant to charging ahead. He doesn't like flashy bylines. He doesn't clickbait. You know, everything he does, everything about the way he does his videos suggests to me that he is veracious and honest.
The fear of shills, I think, has been around since the beginning. But I think the renewed fear in this is from that. I think it was Nick Denton posted that letter and that leaked, saying that he was trying to have plans. And here's the thing: I don't think he has as much power as he fucking thinks he does. So the people who are most likely to be the shills are the people that are so sort of going back and forth, wishy-washy between the two sides, who are more social justice-y, but are saying, oh, I don't know about this anymore. I think he'll come to your side. Those are the people you need to worry about.
Yeah, and I tell you what I worry about is the Reddit Kotaku in action thing. And I'm sorry I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, I know. But I am worried that they are far too weak on their Gamergate views, and they're looking for ways to try and settle and resolve it, when we should all be actually looking for ways that we could just win this. There is no middle ground.
We are going to win this, and the way that we're going to win this is not necessarily because we're skilled or diplomatic or any of that stuff. We're going to win because the fucking FBI, FTC, and Department of Homeland Security are looking into this shit right now.
No, that should be the thing that we should really be focusing on right now, is the fact that, you know, we have the government's attention now. Let's let's do something with that government's attention. Let's you know, more than email sponsors, you know, let's, you know, start telling the FTC all about these practices, you know. But because
the thing
I'm still all for. Sorry. Go on.
No, the thing is that we can try to apply journalistic integrity from the manual for journalists, like ethics in journalism, and then they start saying, but we are not journalists. We are never said that we were journalists. So they try to take their...
But then we can cite all those times that they did say they were journalists, is the thing. That's, you know, it's such a weak thing to try and say.
Yeah,
Here's the thing, they call themselves bloggers, which is kind of not a real word. It just means I'm a writer on the internet. Like, they are getting paid. They aren't doing it for free. They are journalists. They should follow codes of ethics, especially if they're writing about stuff that's being sold.
Yeah,
No, but here's the amazing thing about them, that when I was in high school, most of the people who wanted to be journalists, as you know, as in a career and a job, they were mostly feminists, and they had like feminist ideas.
Which, I mean, I guess it's natural. I guess it's natural, especially if you have a movement that's focusing on social things. I mean, it's very natural for them to seek social fields such as journalism, which, I mean, is all fine. I think something must be said for those for the feminists, especially, you know, like the Gamergate feminists, who actually have a fucking amount of sense with them.
Camera Lady.
But
don't you know Camera Lady?
Yeah, Camera Lady.
Yeah, Camera Lady.
Yeah, the one that made the indefensible.
Yes.
Well, our own dear base mum,
she's yes. The thing about it is that they are feminists, but they're more gender equity feminists. Or if you would call them anything, they're more egalitarian minded. They aren't. They are female supremacists. They aren't, and a lot of these feminists will not even view themselves as female supremacists. They don't see it that way. They say, well, women are disadvantaged, but the thing is that because they don't see that things are a lot more equal than they imagine, what they're really pushing is female supremacy, because they're pushing for women to have more rights and privileges than even men do.
Yeah, exactly.
I have like an issue with some of the feminists in pro-GG places. Like, I have seen some comments made by some of them that maybe might tell us that even this supposedly we win, they think with social justice warriors it's not going to be necessarily over because they're in the right side. I mean, I've heard some, like I have seen in Twitter some comments made by some of the pro-GG feminists that might tell us that some of them might be more close to social justice warriors than we think. But one of them I read basically was telling that he wanted good feminist critiques of video games, and she didn't wanted a white man telling her that she couldn't do it, and that sounded a little bit like social justice warrior to me, but not a directly one.
Perhaps we should clarify though, because the thing about feminism is right now it's an umbrella term for a very, very splintered group of individuals that are just sort of, they're so divided by their own, I would really compare it to Protestantism and how there's so many different varieties of that version of Christianity, and they each have that one little thing that they cannot quite agree on that differentiates them from another.
Dogmatic differences.
But they still sit under the umbrella term of feminist. So many of them might be anti-sex positive, and some of them are pro-sex positive. And pro-sex positive, they're okay with things like with prostitution, being a sex worker, and that's okay. That's empowering. That's okay. I can use my body for whatever I want. That sort of thing. Those are the people that are more likely to be on our side. However,
like Lacey Green.
Yeah, but the thing about it is I wouldn't call her really a sex positive feminist, to be perfectly honest, because while she holds some of the views, what her idea of sex positivity is, okay, I can have sex and I can like sex and I can enjoy sex, but I have to do it in these very, very specific ways. And if I don't do it in these very, very specific ways, I am being objectified, or I'm being disrespected, or any of these things.
Yeah, so selective, basically.
So it's like, I'm
John?
okay with having sex, but there's this really long list I have to follow. Go on.
So go ahead.
Go on, sorry.
Alright, so here's the major flaw. That they say that they're for equality and this and that, but every time MRAs promote men's rights, it's misogyny. Seriously, why don't you just let them do their own thing without any interruptions?
Well, I was looking at a post the other day on the wall of the real face of men's rights exposed, and what was their criticism? They were saying how come the men's rights movement, if they're interested in men's, spend so much time bashing feminists? On the wall of a page called The Real Face of Men's Rights Exposed, where they do nothing but bash men's rights activists all day long.
Which, it's unfortunate, and I think that's why the MRM fits so perfectly into an issue like Gamergate. It's dealing with the same thing.
Yeah, also that's the word, that's the MRA word is usually an attack word for the anti-GG public, oh no, you're a bunch of MRAs, it's something bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, right, go ahead.
The reason why the whole feminist thing comes in, the criticism of feminism comes in, is because what happens is this. I know of, and this is just personal experience, there are tons of nice little groups that are actually accomplishing things for men and boys, creating mentor programs and things like that, making sure that they have positive male role models, getting them access to mental health services, things like that. But those groups come in, they're in jeopardy, though, the moment that people find out about them, because you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a whole bunch of angry feminists outside. They're going to say, you are services for us. Oh my gosh, you're doing all this stuff. You're being sexist because you're providing these things for men, even though there are tons of services for women already. So they come in and they throw a monkey wrench into it. So that's why there tends to be this criticism, this continuous criticism of feminism. If they were not doing that, if they were on the same page with us, and that's the thing, we don't criticize people as much like Based Mom and those gender equity folks. We don't, because they're they're cool with us. They understand what we're trying to fucking do. They leave us alone.
The freaking Jessica Valenti pisses me off.
What? Valenti?
Yeah, Jessica Valenti is like the most freaking extreme feminist like ever.
I wouldn't say she's not as extreme as something like Valerie Solanas or Andrea Dworkin, but
no, but
Samantha Allen, Brianna Wood's friend, the one that wrote "What Misandry Means to Me."
Oh, she's unashamedly misandric, isn't she?
Which one?
Samantha Allen.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, these same people keep coming up. It's like Samantha Allen, Amanda Marcotte, Jessica Valenti. These people get paid. Yeah, they get paid continuously to just spout out this drivel, and it's almost like they know that people are hate reading it.
No, they do. They do. This is exactly the problem, and I believe Frozen had a point after this, but this is exactly the problem. You know, clickbait. What is causing all this? Clickbait. They know they need to get their money, and how do they do it? They get people to hate read it. So when you
but here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. I know it's clickbait and everything, but when it's like an MRA, for example, let's say saying stuff about a feminist, immediately it gets banned. But no, the feminist is spreading hatred. It's okay.
Which I mean, yeah, you're dealing with this sort of shit. I mean, I think it's just really good that at least gamers are, you know, getting past this. It's not. I mean, we're talking about, you know, the issues happening right now, but you know, Gamergate is actually winning. Gamergate is actually putting these views out there, and it's just surprising all these different social groups that weren't able to defeat this kind of feminism and this kind of SJWism before. So, I mean, that is one high note in this entire issue.
Wait, I have to ask a question, especially about the last things that I have seen in my Twitter. I just came up about the whole thing with Blizzard. Remember that I mentioned that Jonathan McIntosh, the body structures of the characters? I mean, I read that Blizzard came out saying that they were against harassment. And the supposedly anti-GG people said, oh, they are against Gamergate. But now I read this Jonathan McIntosh thing attacking Blizzard. So did Blizzard say that they were not? What?
They'll attack anyone, is the thing.
Yeah, but they are really having a go at anyone in the gaming industry that they assume supports Gamergate. They're trying to threaten the AAAs, actually, and that won't go well for them.
What they don't understand, though, is that the moment, and this is why anti-Gamergate is going to lose, and I've seen this shit happen again and again and again and again. The reason why feminism and so many of these social justice groups are splintered and they aren't connected is because the moment that they stop having somebody to fight, they eat their own. They tear each other apart. All those male feminists right now that are white knighting for all and stuff, the moment Gamergate is over, guess who's getting shit? Guess who's gonna get kicked out? Guess who's getting eaten? It's the male feminists. They are for them the useful idiots. They serve a purpose, but the moment that goes away, they start the drama and they say, "Oh, this guy right here, he's just doing this because he wants to get with the women. He's doing this, you know, for his own purposes to look good. We don't trust him. Men have no part in feminism. We don't need them. We're going to kick them out. You're going to be exiled now." Even though you still hold, and that's what happened to Aaron Gioni. He's still very much a feminist. He cares about women. He cares about all of the same platforms that feminists do. He cares about all those things. I think he's really well-meaning. But right now, what's happening? They're running his name through the mud. They're doing to him what they do to every male social justice warrior the moment those people stop having a common enemy to fight. it comes out and then they start attacking each other.
Damn right.
Have you seen the last tweets that he made about Mercedes Carrera? I
They're
think
just canon just them. There's no.
What was it? What was it?
the one that said that Pro GG had the best porn, and he compared Zoe Quinn and Mercedes Carrera.
Samantha, Frozen Binary has something to say. He hasn't had a word yet, so yeah, go ahead, Frozen.
His mic's muted.
Unmute him.
He was talking right now, I think.
You need to unmute him, or he needs to unmute his microphone.
Yeah, Frozen.
Here we go. Nearly had it there. It flickered. Brilliant. I want to say something, but I can't.
Go.
It says you unmuted me.
You're unmuted. You're unmuted in the control room. You're unmute yourself.
It's his microphone. I think it's probably a headset mute.
Doesn't let him.
Come back to me.
Oh, go.
Talk. Unmute yourself. Fly, my beauty.
He's trying, but I think he can't. Like he talks and then the.
He probably has connection issues.
Yeah.
Until Frozen is mic'd again.
I think he's added that draw app. I think he's been fiddling around with the apps, and that might have buggered it up for him.
Corrupted the system.
I love that draw app.
I can't make it.
I draw mustaches and penis.
Right, so
Okay, we're good. We're good. Frozen.
Ha.
silence.
Speak, Frozen. You have the talking stone.
Cricket.
How's it now?
Yeah,
Right there.
it works. Can you listen to it? Hello?
Are you alive, Frozen?
Yeah, take your video off of Frozen. It might be what's messing with things.
Yes, just avatar.
I'm gonna make a tea while you guys sort that out because I love tea. Oh, it's an otter guy.
Well, if anybody wants to
otter guy,
if anybody wants to come over to my house, I could make some tea. I've got a nice tea right here.
Otter
Jesus! Otter Jesus! Hi!
Hi.
Hello, Otter Jesus. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. I wasn't really expecting to do this, but
yeah, no, this was a little impromptu. So,
how is that?
So how are you doing?
Okay.
Okay, Frozen.
We're gonna have to kick him if it keeps messing up.
I think
okay, we can hear you, Frozen. We can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was down to it's like 0% on my microphone. My thing about the whole male feminist thing and how they devour their own and whatnot, it's just like a military strategy for them. They just use them like cannon fodder to send them to do all the dirty work. Grunts. They don't have any real legitimacy. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, they're just the useful idiots, basically. And that's how this really works. That's really how the whole thing works. It's just you use them for all they can give you, and then you toss them aside the moment it's done. Or they just sort of turn on each other. They turn on each other, and they destroy one another.
Do you think that Jonathan is going to happen to Jonathan McIntosh, or do you think that Anita Sarkeesian is so involved with this script that he has made that she cannot drop him anymore?
Oh, it's all his script. It's
all his script. That's why they stay together. I mean, she really is nothing without him at this point. I mean, you can really tell that he is the ideologue. He's the one who's pulling the strings in the background. At first, I speculated to this, right? But you see, even on her master's thesis, which was, I think it was called "I'll Make a Man Out of You," such and such, whatever. In the dedication, he's written there in the dedication, like to Jonathan, who helped me with research and stuff. you're researching pop culture. Just watch the shit yourself, okay? Watch these shows yourself. He helped you? He helped you with your master's thesis? Holy crap. It's very obvious that this is what has happened, that this is what is taking place, and he's the one with all the money. He goes away. She doesn't really have much to show for it, to be honest, because he's writing all of her stuff. So she could go and talk on air and be this, this little butterfly, this very, delicate little thing that really doesn't have anything to say. But without him telling her what to say, she doesn't know what the hell she's gonna do.
Let's order Jesus talk.
I'm sorry. Go on. Otter Jesus, speak to us. Tell us of your walking ways.
I don't really know what to say.
Well, just say hi.
Hi, this is Otter Jesus, and I love you all.
The problem is that he cannot post other pictures here.
That's okay. It's okay. It's nice meeting you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. I'm kind of fan ottering right now.
Are you an otter in real life?
No, sadly, not really.
Because there are guys who are otters. I mean, there are bears and there's otters.
Yeah.
Really?
They're otters, yeah.
I've always wanted to talk to you, though, man. I've always wanted to talk to you because I think you follow me on Tumblr and you follow me on Twitter, and I'm like, you know what? He's been sending wonderful hugs to all of the people who are sad in Gamergate. Let's bring him on and talk to him.
Well, you can ask me questions and stuff. I'm kind of just listening.
Well, it might be interesting. You know of all the shit that's been happening right now. You know, like with King of Pole and everything like that, and Mundane Matt. What's your perspective on all of this sort of shill gating going on right now?
Well, I just I find it really sad that King of Pole has kind of just crapped all over Gamergate. Because he called us like all really nasty, basically.
Yeah.
And it's like, where is he getting that from? Because I have not encountered any nasty people in Gamergate. I've just encountered wonderful, sweet people.
Yeah. Well, and I've been in like one or two of his like hitbox streams, and people will like shit on him. Like he can't read, he can't pronounce things for shit, and people will gladly tell him over and over again that he can't do that. So
standard YouTube toxicity, isn't it? Really, it's like, I see you up there, so I'm going to have a go at you. I'm going to throw stones at you just to see if I can.
Yeah.
I think he's had a lot of that, more perhaps than other people, because they know he's an 8-channer. They know he's King of Pole. They expect him to be politically incorrect. They force him to do that, and then they beat him up for it afterwards. And I hate that.
And I mean,
I love Pole.
Yeah, I love Pole personally, and and I've given him shit in the past, but that's just because I love him. That's internet love.
That kind of thing, that kind of Chan thing. I think he understands that, but like he doesn't know why the hate is coming from other sources. He doesn't. I don't think he feels that is so innocent. I think
he's coming under a lot of heat though, because he's gotten a lot of shit. He had like that knife sent to his house, and they sent the fire truck to his house saying he was going to commit suicide. I mean, for all we know, something worse happened and got sent to his house that we don't know about. I mean, he's gotten a whole lot more than some people have. And I guess he's not really prepared to handle that stuff. I mean, who would be? Who would be prepared to like receive a fucking knife in the mail and a note telling you to go kill yourself?
Well, yeah, especially since he does come from like 4chan, and doxing is a great is a threat on 4chan. It's like, yeah, he's going to be hypersensitive to this shit, which is completely okay. I would be if I were in his shoes.
I've been on 4chan and 8chan for years, so I can understand what he's going through, but it's you know, I'm totally fucking worried about that guy. I'm worried that he's what might be happening to him, you know, because
I
he
just
seems
don't like how
Yeah.
he just sort of turned around and acted like that and said that they were all horrible like that. It's just like, why not just leave and then not keep bringing yourself back into everything? Just leave and then come
He's
back
also in a weird
a week later.
position that we're not. He's also in a weird position that we aren't. A lot of us aren't, because he lives, if I'm not mistaken, in California, where all of these other fucking social justice types live.
Yeah, I used to
He's
live in
within
California.
Meaning he is within attack distance if they know where he lives.
Yeah.
I'm in California too.
Oh,
yeah,
you
but
are.
you're hard as fucking nails, so
Maybe that's
they
why
ain't gonna
people
mess with you.
like attack me.
Then again,
Over
so
here,
does
everything's
Mundane Matt.
misandry.
Mundane Matt lives in California as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's made it very well known where he is, and you know, but
Yeah.
I mean, he plays his cards well. He has like a degree in like media something or other, so
Yeah, he probably, I think he said that he directed some really low rate films.
Mm.
So,
Matt does have the skills. That's the thing that a lot of the other podcasters don't. He is a professional, and it shows in his podcasts. He has previous professional experience.
the fear of the shills, though, that is a legitimate fear. But the thing is that what's happening right now is they're really just trying to put that fear in us. For all we know, this is just something that they are trying to do to turn us against one another, to stab each other in the back. We can't do that. If we divide, we are fucked. We need to stay together.
Absolutely.
Keep up with the advertisement stuff, and that's the thing. What we're doing is working. It has them shaking in their boots, and they're pissed. Yep. They are so pissed that people like us, nerds, are fucking taking them out.
An alien just joined.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Greetings from aliens.
Who is this?
Greetings,
Nefanor. Pleased to meet you, Nefanor.
Is that? It is.
Utter Jesus.
Jesus, who is so
Accept utter Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
I'm gonna have to start a cult because of you guys.
No. I accept Cthulhu as my Lord and Savior.
Well, that's good too.
Yeah, why choose the lesser evil?
I worship Pol. I've actually built a shrine to Pol in my Gamergate group. I was drunk at the time. It seemed like a good idea. I was feeling a bit emotional. I can't take it down now. I value it now. I'd be so annoyed if anyone wrote bad things on my shrine to King of Pol. I'll be distraught, heartbroken, I think.
Is it made of bacon?
I keep saying, when will Senpai notice me? Because we're like the Gamergate D list here.
Yeah.
Me, I'm the Q list.
Yeah.
Oh, shush, Stefanor, you've been on our streams before, haven't you?
Nope.
Like at least the ones with some people from AVFM.
The voice for men for the listeners.
No, I don't think so.
Honey Badger Radio.
That's it, Honey Badger.
Yeah, he's been on Honey Badger with us because, Nefanor and I are pretty decent friends.
What episode? In which episode?
Oh, it was the one before last, I think. It was the one before the most recent episode. We had him on.
Before that, it was me calling in a lot.
Yeah, he called in a lot.
Brilliant.
Yeah, our friendship began when he probed me.
Yeah. Well, actually, it began earlier than that when I started probing Karen, considering she's local to me.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, you know Karen Strawn? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, oh my god, hi, I'm Tumblr. And then we started talking on Skype and shit.
And then we started playing Cards Against Humanity.
Yes, we do that. We do. We play.
Excellent.
Little known fact, MRAs love Cards Against Humanity. Or some of them.
In my deck, Cards Against Feminism.
I'm gonna buy it now.
You just need
I like
one
just
card.
generally being against humanity. I don't really need cards to do it.
Well, I'm an alien, and we're already against humanity, so...
Of course.
Well, you know,
Aliens started humanity.
how else are we gonna kill all humans? Oh my gosh.
Aliens are this, you know, like for real.
What?
I love you guys.
They're among
Love
us.
you long time. Sucky, sucky, soldier boy.
God damn it.
Oh my god! Do you remember the Anita Sarkeesian video that showed that?
Oh
the
yeah, that one.
prostitute?
Like,
The prostitute.
hey there, soldier. I love you
Yeah.
long time. That's what it said.
I avoid anything from her because I don't want to be infected by stupid.
I watched all of her videos until the last one, and I'm just like, I'm not watching this. It's pointless.
How did you know that?
And
What
yeah,
about,
she's.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, no, I was going to ask, what about her videos do you like? Because there's nothing that I can stand about her at all.
Yeah.
I just watched her videos just so I could say that they were terrible and have like authority behind that. Because if I hadn't watched them and said they're terrible, I'd sound like an idiot.
Or you can watch them and put it on YouTube and just say that, hey, at least they look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the whole time I'm watching them, I'm just like, that's a lie, and that one too, and that's a lie as well.
Yeah, I had
My
a complaint
God, it's all
about,
lies.
Basically.
I had a complaint about the whole foreign prostitute that happened in her like sex toy video. No, the
Women as background
Whatever.
decoration.
Oh, yes, the whole...
the
yeah, the Hitman
The one that
one.
brought Joss Whedon into it.
Fuck that up
yeah,
so bad.
there was a part that showed like the Brazilian prostitutes in Max Payne 3, and basically she was basically saying that these prostitutes in the favelas like added like a spice to the whole story, and I was basically saying to myself, well, those prostitutes exist in reality, so
Yeah.
it's not like they are trying to add a spice, they're trying to add a context and a reality to the favela world that exists in Brazil, because those kind of prostitutes and those kind of very low income brothels do exist, so it's not like they're making shit up.
If we,
like,
if
this
we
is
if I
something
could
like-
add a point of add a point of order here for a second. The chat is wondering if we can post like Twitter handles and everything so people can follow us. So if you could just put that in chat, and I can update the description really fast.
We have a chat.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, no, not Facebook. YouTube, the YouTube chat channel.
You have to go all the way there? Ugh.
I don't actually.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
on Twitter.
I don't use YouTube.
New.
Well,
I just put mine in the YouTube. Are we putting it on the Hangout one as well?
But we're just gonna put it in the YouTube the group chat thing so that they can shove it into the description
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
so they know how to find us.
I'll pick
Just look for the otters for me.
I think mine has the underscore. I'm so behind the times. They're like, oh my gosh, you don't know your own like Twitter name. I hardly use Twitter. I've only used Twitter. The most I've used Twitter is recently, and with the Women Against Feminism thing, because I think it's unhealthy to just write a whole bunch about yourself.
Or like post
It's
what
just-
food you're eating and how many toilets you've
It feels
used.
so narcissistic. It feels so narcissistic to just talk about yourself. You're like, oh, I went off and I had this really nice pumpkin spice latte, and I bought this really nice sweatpants.
you white girl.
He's like, oh, I bought the most comfortable pajama pants ever. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I usually just talk about how depressed I am or something, or talk about TV shows or movies or comic books. That's what I do.
I only just signed up for Twitter because what happened was I got bored and I decided to find out the real identity of Sargon of Akkad, and I hit him up.
There is no real Sargon. He's just a figment of your imagination.
I have him on.
I know
He's
the
real
real
because
Sargon.
so many people believe in him now that he's like
I
real.
think he's actually he's actually an attractive guy. I've seen a picture of him. It's on his Skype profile. It's on his profile.
No. See, he was a computer-created artificial intelligence, and he is now just there to promote the truth.
Oh, so he's just CG? That's so sad.
Oh no, he's not CG. He is in your mind. He is a telepathic projection right into your mind.
Oh, wow.
It's a thought form.
Exactly.
That explains why he's so smart then, I suppose.
Time
Well,
travel is
he's
real.
smarter than the person he's projecting into, so that's why you're never outsmarted by him.
Tulpa. He's a tulpa.
A tulpa. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Very close, but he wasn't created from solid matter, unlike a tulpa.
Wait.
What happened, Rachel?
The fact that I actually know what that is scary to some people.
Yeah, I think yeah, me too, because I remember, I think, gosh, it was from Supernatural, yes.
Yeah, it was Supernatural.
Oh, they were on X-Files ages before that, and
Well, yeah, but Supernatural's a recent one.
But the funny thing is, when the X-Files one came on, I was doing testing on a psionics book for a role-playing game, and they actually talked about Tulpa in it.
Ooh.
Was that Traveller?
No, actually, it was Alternity.
Alternity.
The last thing that was produced by TSR before they became Wizards of the Coast.
Things got nerdy in here.
So it's a old school kind of.
Very old school, and it's in fact where my name comes from.
Ooh.
Wow, that's interesting.
Frawl isn't the planet. Frawl is the name of the race.
Like what is it? Thrall is I think a Viking word for a type of servant, a quite high-ranking servant. I see. Yeah.
Well, in this case,
I bet there's some sort of slave race.
Quite literally.
Yeah, brilliant.
It reminds me of Skyrim.
Skyrim may have taken from it, actually.
Well, you know, I used to play Skyrim, but then I took an arrow to the knee.
I didn't know what that joke meant for so long, and then I finally found out, and I'm like, that's really disappointing.
I started to play Skyrim, but my laptop basically melts with Skyrim, so I had to take it off.
I like how it melts like normal computers. It's like you are not worthy enough to play me, your computers.
You should try Space Engineers, my favourite game. It really, even I've got a really nice NVIDIA 660 graphics card there. That's 2 gigabytes. Yeah, I've got a big old i5 chip, like overclocked to about 4 gigs, and even my computer can't handle it sometimes. It'll like
master race.
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm totally master race. Yeah.
Freaking Skyrim killed my fat 60 gig PS3 like 3 times. Yellow light of the 3 times.
Shocking. So you've all got bad PCs, have you?
I have a Mac.
Unfortunately, I can play.
I'm a Mac person. I use it for 3D rendering. So.
You're a Mac? Oh my
Yeah.
God! No more. Shun the non-believer.
Considering how much 3D rendering I do on this and how much web work I do, I need a Mac.
Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't argue with a Mac user if they're doing graphics, sound, or 3D rendering. You know,
I just like Macs because they don't break really easily.
Yeah. I mean, I would do a Mac if it wasn't so fucking expensive. I mean, if only for graphic work. I can't. Yeah, it's really fucking slow.
And right beside my Mac is a large size Intuos 4 tablet. And on the other side is a 3D Connection 3D mouse.
Ooh.
Oh, I've seen one of those. I've actually used one of those before. Those are beautiful pieces of machinery.
Yes, they are.
Are those the things that you can like hold in the air and use it?
No. It actually has a little piece on top that moves, and you can turn it, twist it, lift it, lower it, like you can, and then it'll move the 3D object in the same way.
It's like having a ball mouse for 3D modeling, except for much better.
Oh, I'd love one of those because I mean, Space Engineers is all X, Y, Z axes and that kind of thing, and it'd be so much easier to just turn a block rather than having to go up and use these end page up, page down type keys to do that.
I believe Otter Jesus here wants to make a point about Anita videos.
Okay. Let's point at Anita and laugh. I mean,
Yeah,
Yes.
this one's good.
Yes, Hunter, you just go ahead.
I was trying to say this earlier, but when she says stuff like in video games that they should just leave out the prostitutes and stuff, people like to pretend like prostitutes aren't really part of society and you see them anywhere anyways, and so they're just like trying to brush them under the rug in video games too. It's like, why would you do that? They're people. They're doing something, and you shouldn't be doing that. But she's like, no, it's okay. Let's just pretend they're not real.
That's a good point.
Or let's oppress them a bit because they're nice and funny.
It's like,
that's body shame.
Women more to stop oppressing the women.
Yeah, don't they constantly complain about like erasure and like, oh, you're erasing my existence and stuff like that? Isn't that like prostitute erasure?
Yeah. But then again, you know, Anita is a giant hypocrite.
What I said about the Max Payne 3, you cannot put favelas in a game and not put like 1 or 2 prostitutes because things happen in favelas. There's horrible things happening in favelas. There are people stealing each other, kids murdering other people. I mean, have you seen City of God?
Yep. And I watched the series that came after it, City of Men. I loved that. Yeah, it was like a television series thing.
Miniseries.
Yeah, a miniseries. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly.
So what the developers are trying is create a context that looks realistic, and prostitution is part of reality. So they cannot erase it completely because it's basically sugarcoating reality, and it will make it less real and less like. Then they will complain that they're erasing those women and they're erasing their identities and the reality that exists about their exploitation because I don't know.
No, Bane666 did a really good video on that where basically she kept bitching and the game developers just tried to meet her in the middle, and every time it basically came back to the same thing. Just a never-ending cycle of bullshit.
It's stupid though because as game developers, it's even said that they're supposed to do their own work and everything independently, be creative. It's a form of art. They have, you know, the right of freedom of expression, and yet like freaking Anita's like trying to like freaking control what should be or what shouldn't be, despite the fact that some people might consider it as okay. So it's kind of like censorship.
But I don't think Anita. I mean, to be fair, or more really to be accurate, I don't think Anita has come out in support of video games as an art form. So I mean, she, if anything, sees it more as a social device. Which, if you see it as a social device,
that's the thing. She doesn't care about games.
No, she doesn't.
She wants to like ruin it for everyone who likes them.
I mean, she uses it to weaponize her narrative to target it, actually.
The thing is, it's not really about her, it's about Toshi.
Who?
Yeah.
Mick and Tosh. They call him Toshi.
Oh, yeah.
Mick Thompson Tosh.
Full Mac, yeah.
It's about him and how he's a control freak.
He's a psychopath.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, well, this
sociopath
Marxist ideology appeals to psychopaths, doesn't it? Because it's all about spying and sneaking around and being two-faced and stabbing people in the back. They love it. I mean, it draws them out of the woodwork like maggots. Not that maggots live in wood.
Are paranoids. They're like schizophrenics.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, 10 years down the line, we see more than one of these social justice warrior people come to sticky ends, like either with mental health terms, drug addiction, violence, or suicide, and that kind of thing. I can see it coming, and I predict that it'll be Brianna Wu first. I reckon. So she seems the maddest of them. You know, I don't wish them any ill, but.
No, Can I make a question? Can I make a question?
Yeah,
it's going to be like a little bit inappropriate, but some people like are making fun of like Brianna being transgender. Is she really transgender?
I have no idea. I really don't know. I
don't think she is.
She is. She used to be called John, I believe.
Well, the thing is, until I have information, like a birth certificate or showing pictures of her before.
Well, I can find you a picture of her before.
It's the thing is if I see that and I can see that I will say that, but until I see evidence, I'm not going to go on that. It really doesn't matter.
If she was, would she be like yelling about it constantly?
It really doesn't. Well, the thing is, it really doesn't matter whether or not she's trans. It's whether or not she's an asshole. That's what matters. That's what matters. You can be trans and be an asshole. You can be straight and be an asshole. You can be gay and be an asshole. There's really nothing that makes you keeps you from being an asshole. Aside from being a good person.
Gamergate constantly. It's that it doesn't matter what your gender, your race, your sexuality is. It's what you have to say and what you have to contribute. And unfortunately, all she's got to contribute is bile and hatred.
Yep.
And a really shitty game that no one's
sexist. That treats women like sex objects.
That game looks horrible.
What's even funnier is if you look at the reviews for it, you can tell that some of the reviews were falsely written by friends of hers, because one of the names is the name of a Mad TV character.
That's so funny. The freaking hypocrisy.
Yeah, that's the one.
The whole hypocrisy thing. Wait, who's talking? Is it me or Samantha?
What?
Do you wanna go first or should I go first?
No, you go. Sorry.
Okay. So the freaking thing about Anita is that her videos, first of all, they're blocked, and then so you really have like no say. You have no freedom of expression or
no
freedom
right to
of
reply.
speech like at all. And then two, she claims that her freaking videos are awesome because there's so freaking many dislikes on the videos, but she takes it like as a good thing, you know, like this means that my videos are actually making an impact and proving my point that games are misogynistic or etc. But it's not.
It's really an interesting claim to make. I mean, all things considering, it's like, how do you make, what's the leap of logic you have to make? You have to make so many assumptions to get from point A to point B with that.
They're really trying to make it so that it's a situation where there is no room for criticism. They want to make the planet a safe space where you cannot speak, you cannot tell them if their work has no merit. You can't say that to these people. They will not listen. And I remember that exact same mentality when I was in art school. And there were these people that had this idea that if you said something to them about their work, that's the whole thing. That's the whole point of going to art school, is that you're going to be criticized. It's going to push you to get better. And they would not hear it. They would just get really, really emotional, and they could not take any constructive criticism. It's that same kind of mentality that if you say something, you're just attacking them. You're not telling them, here is how you can be better. It's, you're attacking me no matter what.
Right.
I tell you what, it annoys me. It annoys me that somebody can come out and say, I am a critic, and then they refuse to engage with any criticism of themselves. That can't be anything but hypocrisy.
Yeah.
One thing about Brianna Wu is her last few tweets that have been talking about like women having to be like half of the population that plays this. Have you seen about the desire of
no,
the
but I mean that would fit into the quotas.
Yeah, the one.
I haven't seen those tweets yet, but yeah, that would totally fit into the idea of quotas, which is just BS in general.
Yeah, they want quotas in playtesting because supposedly her game is really good because she has tested on a lot of women and they like it, and so we should put women to playtest all of the games, always having like 2-to-1. So
oh my God.
Basically, we can have like basically all the market can satisfy women. But the thing is that some women don't want to play some games.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to change all the games that women are not playing already and have no interest in playing.
And then not play them ever.
Yeah. Ever. Yeah.
Example,
What if their plan is not to change gaming, but just to ruin gaming? Because it's a very successful industry based in America, For the Marxists to bring on the fall of capitalism, it makes great sense to destroy companies. And it seems to me like a great way of destroying a company. Force them to let you in, force them to take your advice, yeah? Give them advice that is bloody awful, and let them suffer for taking that advice. That's what it seems to me.
Which would fit in with some people like likening Sarkeesian to like the likes of Jack Thompson. That may actually be that may actually be true.
Oh yeah, no, she is. She is basically.
Jack Thompson is just a religious man. He wanted to do this because he was religious. He felt that, you know, young people are the ones who should not be playing these violent games, and he wanted to keep them away from. And I have this on good authority, but basically he wanted to keep those violent games away from young people. Even so, basically, Anita Sarkeesian is worse than Jack Thompson because Anita wants to.
So isn't feminism like a modern religion anyway? I mean, it has crusades, you have original sin, all this bullshit. You have to worship an idol.
If it is a religion, it's the worst religion in the world in terms of organization.
Well, it's not even trying to do anything good. It's just trying to control. Most other religions do try to do things that are good on a certain level, but with feminism, it's like, let's just yell and make everyone feel horrible.
Yeah, and all the bad shit is hidden.
Yeah. Apparently, we're red pilling guys.
All the heretics, nah, they don't matter.
I'm more red pilling.
Nothing at all.
Yes, because apparently wanting actual equality is against feminism and red pill. Because after all, if we had true equality in games, like the next, Grand Theft Auto, there'd be a torture scene of a woman.
Eesh. That is kind of a bit far, maybe.
Play a woman in the online version, right?
Well, we've already seen complaints about that. I mean, you know, saying, should someone mod a game so that you can technically go around clothless and taunt hump, strangers?
That's cool.
It's
that's cool. Yeah, that's just advanced teabagging.
They're calling it.
Do you saw the video about you? Do you saw the video?
That was so funny. I watched that video again, and it's like the best part is when she has the thing over her head and she's like going across the backyard or whatever. Yeah, you need to gift that.
Well, you know, there's a rape mod in Skyrim, and there's a killable children mod in Skyrim. About what you play in Skyrim.
Children.
Somebody tell Australia.
So, as soon as they find out about Skyrim, you watch, it's all going to hit the fan then, because you've got people in there, you're murdering priests. I mean,
there's actually a pregnant woman mod now, so now you have to. It changes. Yeah, there's a pregnant woman mod in Skyrim where you can change. Yeah, so you might actually have to kill a pregnant woman to get.
They should just call it Sky Murder.
Oh gosh, it's like a whole another level of realism. Like, because now you have to kill someone who's about to have a baby.
But are you killing the baby too?
Yes,
of course you're killing.
That's kind of how it works.
It should count for double experience.
Well, it could be like the woman gives birth right as she dies. I can't believe I said that.
That's terrible. That's horrible.
Baby could be a monster. It's chewing.
Yeah.
For all you know, you just killed the Antichrist.
Maybe it's a baby dragon.
That's where the dragons come from, the pregnant women that you kill.
Oh no.
What a dark game. I'm never playing that.
We've gotten really dark on this. We've gotten so dark. Oh gosh.
We've gotten through the dark, silly place.
I like the dark silly place.
Oh gosh, it's...
The walls are satin.
I don't know, but I kind of like it. It's it's satisfying, but it's painful at the same time. Kind of like virgin sex.
Well, as long as we trigger people, it's all good.
Trigger warning: this entire channel is trigger-inducing.
Yes.
We're gonna trigger some. It's inevitable.
Hey,
We're sorry, everybody.
The most violent game in history is The Sims. Because you don't need a mod to kill children. You can just kill them.
No.
You can kill babies if you want.
And that game is really popular with women.
Oh, nicely played.
Women are all serial killers in video games.
They basically just kill the people. I mean, they love to drown them. That's why they were complaining that there were no pools on the game.
Yeah, they wanted to drown them. I want to kill my Sims.
Guys, I want to. Gosh,
one of my favorite
things imagining
with Sims was when I was working at a game store in the U.S. There was, or computer store in the U.S. They had an advertisement that they made that says for Sims when it first came out as "run someone else's life," and I was like, you know, all you have to do is add one letter in there, make it ruin someone else's life, and it would still work.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point, though, because there are they say that women make up half of gamers, but if you watch some of the videos with like Christina Off Summers, where she discussed talking about the actual demographics, they're talking about people who will even count as very, very casual gamers who will play the same kind of games, like The Sims. They'll play like Bejeweled.
What about playing Solitaire?
By that definition, my mom is a gamer. And she plays like I think it's like Bubble Witch or something like that on her phone. That's what she enjoys doing. But yeah, you would consider her being. It's not the same. It's not the same thing as hardcore gaming.
Or the first person Mario Kart, or else you're not a gamer.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same thing.
Well, and I mean, kind of. I mean, full disclosure, probably, but I've sunk like 13 or 14 hours into Bejeweled 3, so I mean, I'm pretty casual.
I'm not gonna say that that's a bad thing, but I'm saying there has to be acknowledgement of the differences. I mean, if you're a girl that enjoys playing like paper doll kind of games and things like that, yeah, that's fine. But you're not going to be the core demographic of people who dump lots and lots of money into gaming. Those are the people who are on the pro Gamergate side. These are the people who this is an investment. This is a hobby you invest in. You're buying a couple games every year.
Exactly.
Well, okay, there's a difference between playing like mobile games and stuff and like enjoying it a lot and wanting to do it and just doing it when you're bored.
Well, yeah.
A lot of people play mobile games when they're bored and they're not really a gamer. They're just doing it just to pass the time. And if you're like a hardcore mobile gamer who plays on their phone and plays all sorts of games and wastes all sorts of money on games and stuff, it's like that's one thing, but
Minecraft has destroyed my life.
Rachel, you never had a life.
I know, it's true, but I'm saying any life that I would have had is gone because I'm like,
digital life.
I'm like, okay, wait, now. First, I'm going to go off and I'm going to go build an underwater house, and then I'm going to make another one, and then I'm going to connect a tunnel to that one. Oh my gosh, yes, I'm going to make an entire rail system that's going to go around the island. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't get Minecraft. I don't get it. Sorry.
It's a great game.
I played the demo on the PS3 and I'm like, this is kind of interesting. But then I played the demo for this one game where it's like the 2D version of Minecraft, like
Terraria.
Yeah, Terraria. And I'm like, this is kind of fun. And then I'm like, which one do I play? It's the same game.
Play Dwarf Fortress.
Well, Minecraft is the OP. I mean, it's not. Terraria came along later. It doesn't have nearly as much modding capability. It's really a stupid version, I find. You know, it's
a simpler version, which I kind of liked. It was just like, oh, you can only go in 4 directions: up, down, left, and right. The other one's like you can go wherever you want, and it's like that's too much for me. I can't do it. It's too triggering.
It's too triggering.
I have a question. Does Anita Sarkeesian has ever like review in her videos Dead or Alive games?
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
No, but I fear the day that happens. That might be doomsday.
It would probably destroy her. She'd be like so triggered that she would have to huddle in a corner and cry for a while, and then say, "Those poor women with their jiggling breasts."
No, I just love to know what she thinks of Custer's Revenge.
Or Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. I'd love to
see a weird game.
That.
Yeah.
That game is comedic.
I mean, that's a game that I even consider, actually misogynist.
No.
To an extent.
I don't know. Well, misogynistic means that you hate women, and here's the thing: there are ways that you can be sexist in unintentionally. Like, here's the best example. When we talk about something like benevolent sexism is when you do things that you feel are going to be beneficial to women, like say protecting them from criticism, or holding them up to considering them more like goddesses than actual human beings that are capable of being scrutinized. Yeah, things like that you would call benevolent sexism, because what it does is it makes it impossible for women to stand on the same level as men, to be capable, to be self-reliant, because that's what you...
Exactly.
That's what... Yeah. So, in doing this, all of these white knights, all of these anti-gamergaters are being sexist.
Yeah.
In trying to... In damseling these women and putting them on pedestals and elevating them, like you saying, you can't touch our women. You can't say anything mean to them like you would say to the men. You can't do anything like that.
Can I add something real quick? So I was gonna say, before freaking Anita actually made, her first video and everything, gamers in general didn't even care about gender in games.
Yeah.
And then he comes along and makes it a huge topic.
Yeah, nobody gave two shits at all.
No, that's true enough.
Yeah, if you were a woman and you wanted to play, you pick up a controller and you fucking play, and no one cares.
Like, to me, it sounds like she's perpetuating all this sexism. She's the one freaking, making people think that games are sexist when actually people never cared.
Yeah, they're inventing sexism to complain about, and of course the byproduct of that is some people come along and for a laugh take it kind of seriously and become misogynistic.
The whole point is these things are avatars. They're not real people, but they're like, no, these are stand-ins for real people, and in destroying...
They deserve human rights. That's what McIntosh was saying.
Yeah, don't give people dolls or anything. They're gonna objectify women.
Yeah. Or G.I. Joes are gonna objectify women with the male G.I. Joes.
Male genitals?
No, G.I. Joes.
G.I. Joes. The thing is that that's what these people are. That's what, well, not people. That's what these avatars, these characters in these games are. They are visual representations of human beings, but they are not real human beings. Kind of like dolls, kind of like toys that you play with as a child.
Cartoons or movies.
Everything is 1 pixel thick in the computer world. Nothing is real. Everything is just 1 pixel thick. It's an electron thick. It's tiny. So nothing is real at all. And that's what they forget.
I don't believe you. Well, it's real to me.
Good, you shouldn't believe me, because it does break the fourth wall. It ruins the magic, as it were. And, of course, they're all real, but they're not real. Okay.
They're not real.
Yeah.
Not real.
Now reel it in.
Yeah. Luckily, they have no pain. They feel no pain. They're fine.
You don't know that.
And it doesn't matter.
You don't know that. Like, avatars have feelings too.
Haven't you watched Reboot?
Oh, yes!
I also thought Tron was a documentary. Yes.
Well, everyone thought it was a documentary.
Yeah.
I just remembered something like really important from high school. I still remember that I got in freaking trouble for putting pictures of like video game characters on my Facebook as my profile pic, and the counselor was saying that these characters were bad because they somehow affected me, and that if they depicted like, I don't know, a person with guns, that
So
I was
you're
going to
wait.
So it's kind of like, you know, the whole mentality they have. These people.
Your school, because of something you did on your personal Facebook account.
Yeah, my own school.
They spied on you.
Oh, that.
Was it like Pac-Man?
Police state, isn't it? That's police state
Wait,
stuff.
wait.
1984.
What game was it exactly?
What game was
the question
it?
Huh?
It was Gex. I don't think you guys know about it, but
That's like Gex the Gecko. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, oh, I'm so triggered.
I'm gonna mute myself. I need to cry.
Yeah, it's freaking stupid, I know, but this is like the type of freaking mentality people have today. Like seriously, just because you see a freaking character in a video game with guns doesn't mean that you immediately become a freaking criminal or something. Same thing happened with freaking GTA 5. It's like, dude, it's just a freaking game.
I just posted a link in the group chat thing about two students who got suspended after posting pictures of them holding airsoft guns on Facebook.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous! I think there was a situation in South Carolina where I'm trying to remember. I think there was a boy who wrote about gosh, I'm trying to remember what I think like something like killing a dragon or something in a story, and I don't remember what it was, and he got in trouble for it because he wrote about guns. And are you serious?
There was a kid who was eating like a sandwich and he ate it in the shape of like a gun, and he got suspended or something.
It was Pop-Tart. Actually,
yeah,
it was
Pop-Tart.
That's deadly calories.
My mother, in my mother's school, my mother works in a very low-income school, and in her school, kids have arrived with real guns. That's an actual problem, not kids eating something and creating the shape of a gun. A real problem is when kids bring actual guns to the school. Yeah. But that's because those suburban schools never get that. They start to panic about everything, and they don't really face real threats of violence and real threats of, like, I don't know, students getting hit by the parents of other students, or teachers getting hit by the parents of students.
There can be many factors.
Yeah, I mean, those are real vulnerable and real problematic schools. It's like ridiculous. Like, oh no, your kid made a gun of a Lego, and now he has to be suspended for 3 days because that was like a sign that he was going to kill somebody. I mean, there was there was a news that Sargon said about a girl who had to write a note that said that she wasn't going to kill nobody or kill herself because she had made something about a gun. I don't remember very well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's freaking ridiculous because I got in trouble with I think the principal and the vice principal and then the counselor and then the psychologist, and I was like, what the fuck? Like
what the hell? Okay, think of all the stories, the things in classical literature that involves like swords and all kinds of stuff. You know,
the story of Hercules, for God's sake.
You have to. I mean, Beowulf is like required reading in high school, and you're killing dragons and like a monster and all this other stuff. You know, there's blood being shed, and they have no issues with that. But the moment you bring in a gun,
but it's fancily written, so
they're against masculinity, like in general.
People can be fucking eviscerated and killed, and like Romeo and Juliet and all kinds of stuff like that. But it's funny because it's the classics. But
and it's written sillily.
Wait, you have to remember that they are trying to put trigger warnings in books now.
Oh God.
Well, they've always tried to do it to books. I mean, even when someone
Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, Catcher in the Rye, Uncle Tom's Cabin, even
Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer, even it's the people who take it literally. When people take these things literally instead of looking at them in their context, it's like
Chrono trigger warnings. Chrono trigger warnings. That's beautiful. That is beautiful, Frozen.
It is beautiful.
That is amazing. Bravo. But one of the gosh, my mind went blank for a moment. Just thinking about that. But here's the thing about triggers and stuff like that. It really is incredibly offensive to hear some shit like that, because when I was younger, I don't know if I still fit this diagnosis. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I still have generalized anxiety disorder and all these other things, but for someone to sit there and say, I'm going to be triggered, they have no fucking idea what it's like to have a damned panic attack. Fuck you. Okay,
Yeah,
it's a very involuntary thing that happens, and you can't control it, and you feel like you're about to fucking die or have a heart attack or something. It's a very serious thing. So for them to make light of it with violence and all this other stuff, like, oh my gosh, it's different for every person. We can't sit there and cater to all of those people. They have to, they have to form coping mechanisms to deal. We don't cater to them. If we cater to them, what's going to happen is, instead of getting better and working to heal themselves and build those coping mechanisms, they're just going to stay sick. So it's complete and utter
and it's going to get worse.
For them to say, oh my gosh, we need to put trigger warnings in books. Fuck you.
And we're going to get triggered. We're going to go mad if we have to do
And I mean, it's like just thinking, about like the video game equivalent, when a video game developer tries to develop a game, for everyone or for, a more general audience, it's like these forms suffer for it. So it's like they don't have any idea, we've tried this before. It doesn't work. These people don't get that.
Yeah, freaking totalitarianism, I swear.
I honestly don't know if any of these fuckers have actually had post-traumatic stress disorder, if they've ever actually had a legitimate panic attack where they relive
going on Twitter
or any of that stuff. I don't know if they've ever actually had that happen to them, because when you see that, you don't say, oh my gosh, I'm triggered and I've been hurt and my feelings are hurt, and I'm no, what's happens is you feel like you are about to die and you just want to get better. You don't care about trying to change the world to make it cater to your sensibilities, to your feelings. You just want to be normal.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. There's a particular color of blue that really freaks me out. I should explain this. I used to.
You're color blue people.
Oh, you won't be laughing in 5 minutes.
Oh no! Wait, is it the blue waffle thing?
No. It's the next beheading video thing. I actually did sort of get slight PTSD. I mean, I used to admin some counter-jihad groups, anti-Islam groups, I suppose you would call it. And as a result, I watched every beheading video that there sort of more or less is. I mean, every day I'd be looking at some new horror in these videos. And then one particular video came along where 9 Russian soldiers beheaded live, well, not live, but on the camera and that kind of thing, and you can hear them screaming for their mothers, and the blood coming out of their necks and the sucking sounds and all that. And that video so horrified me that this particular colour blue on the thumbnail of that YouTube, when I see that colour blue, it chills me out. I've removed everything from my room that is that colour.
Yeah, that's a legitimate thing. I actually avoided the model of my father's truck for a couple years because that's associated with the abuse.
Absolutely,
and so it's stuff like that. It's like avoidance. It's real shit where you just try to form those coping mechanisms, whether it's avoiding certain things or whatever. You learn to build yourself up to the point where you get better and you feel a lot more comfortable going out in the world. And not everybody does. Some people become agoraphobic as a result of this shit because they don't get better. So what you're doing is you're building an entire generation of people who are going to be afraid to leave their fucking houses.
Yeah. Weaklings. Good.
I'm afraid of holes. Do you know that, like, those strange holes that you see and people get, like, itchy?
Right, yeah, I've heard of that condition before. It's...
Yeah, I had it. I have it. Like, I hate it. I hate those.
Wait. Which one?
The one about the holes that you see a pattern of holes and you start to like itch.
Yeah.
I hate those.
I'm really afraid of heights. And also the depths of the ocean.
Yeah,
I don't like heights.
There's having an irrational fear, there's being upset and, being stressed out over something that happened to you, and then there's having a panic attack where you're completely incapacitated and you're freaking out in a bathroom and you're trying to pull yourself together so that you can go and finish whatever it was that happened before that, because you don't
I know that feeling very well.
No, you don't want people to see you freaking the fuck out in this very involuntary action. You don't want people to see you like that. You just want to be normal. It's something you
normal is overrated.
Deal with. It's something you just deal with, and this idea that everybody needs to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've said this to people before. You can't fix me. You can't help me. You can't make me better. All you can do is make yourself worse, and that's just stupid. Why would you want to do that? And that's essentially what cultural Marxism and feminism and the whole bit is saying to us. Saying we are fucked up special snowflakes, and you've got to do something about it. It just doesn't work.
You've got to protect us, and isn't that the most sexist thing that you could do? Is say, oh, by the way, guys, all of you need to protect us instead of us becoming more self-reliant and being able to handle ourselves in the world. Instead of having to do any of that stuff, you need to protect us from this dangerous world that you have apparently created. They take no responsibility for anything, even when they're directly responsible for it. Do you see anybody in Gamergate whatsoever, any of these women, taking responsibility for anything that they've fucking done? It's like, oh, no, you don't understand. Zoe Quinn, she never beat her boyfriend. She never was emotionally manipulative to him at all.
Yeah.
No, this is about
didn't
sexism.
Stab a guy in the face.
Yeah, this isn't about any of that. This is about sexism, guys, and slut shaming. That's what it is. Even though it's been alleged that she slept with her boss, who was married, and this journalist guy, and a bunch of other folks who are probably involved with this somehow. But only one of these people has been legitimately. We know that they slept together, absolutely. And that's the thing, though. They keep saying, oh, that was totally debunked. No, it was not.
No.
His name is on her game. It's in the code. It's in the dedication. He not only that, I think he beta tested it even. Okay? And when you've known each other that long previous to this, that's still a conflict of interest. When you're a friend and you're writing about somebody else's game, you have to say, listen, my good friend Zoe Quinn made this game. That's what you have to say, and that was not said. These are still conflicts of interest, regardless of whether they were fucking.
How do you beta test Depression Quest?
Yeah.
Press a bunch of links, and if you get the press at the end, it's done.
You make sure that it's not, like, broken, maybe?
Yeah, they spent whole minutes in beta testing for that game, yeah.
All sorts of beta test codes and stuff.
Crash your computer.
So yeah, he even tested her game. He was involved while she was making this game. So this idea that that this was a very new development and that they only met each other and then a few months later they started fucking is completely and utterly ridiculous. It's not that they were fucking. It's that they knew each other prior, and there needs to be transparency, and she's not the biggest part of this, but do you see her taking responsibility for any of that?
Is this the person who wrote the thing about the game and kind of promoted it at the top of like a list of 50 other games?
It was Nathan Grayson,
yeah,
basically.
Okay.
Nathan Grayson.
They kept saying that wasn't. There was no reviews, and I'm like, well, promoting something like that game, what are you going to do to review it? It's good. It's not.
They've known each other. I think it was something like February of 2011 or 2012. That is a big fucking deal. If you've known someone for that long and then you write about them, that's a conflict of interest. It's a conflict of interest regardless of whether or not they had sex. it's and they're like, well, like, oh my gosh, all this stuff happened to Zoe Quinn. Well, it happened as a result of all of these places trying to shut down discussion instead of saying, okay, we're going to handle this. What we did was wrong. It won't happen again. We're going to fix our policies and be entirely transparent, and we're going to do the adult thing. Instead, no, we're just going to shut down discussion. Yeah. All of you guys need to sign this petition showing solidarity for women in gaming, but what it really is it's telling you that you're agreeing to not say shit about this and to openly censor all of what's being discussed. That's why, if anything is responsible for the attacks against Zoe Quinn, that's it right there. Because they pissed off a whole bunch of people who this would have blown over in like a week. Had they handled things like adults, had they handled things like a professional business.
Which they are not.
And said, we fucked up. We're sorry. Here's what we're doing.
Go ahead, Emmanuel.
They're stupid because they don't know like which people are messing with. Like they never know if the people who are pissing off are probably like anons or anonymous hackers. They just don't know.
Yeah, they've branded a whole demographic of people, and they have absolutely no real idea what that demographic.
Yeah, some of these people are professionals. Some of the people in Gamergate, in fact, a lot of them are professionals who are in the industry. Some of them own their own businesses. There are a lot of people from different backgrounds that are involved in this. And when they said, oh, gamers are dead and gamers are terrible, like basement-dwelling neckbeards, what they fucking did was they pissed off all of these people who don't fit that stereotype. And some of them who do fit the stereotype who are not terrible people who also own businesses and do all these wonderful things. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. A lot of people live with their parents now. Holy shit.
And on the flip side of this, there's also things that they haven't taken into consideration. A lot of people's online lives and their video gaming is because they're really, really ill people. They're physically ill. They have cancers, all sorts of problems that mean that they can't get out and about, and their only access to a life is an online life, often gaming or some sort of political activism. And it's really cruel of them to be battering at these people, many of whom certainly don't deserve it, but really don't need the hassle. They don't need to be hassled.
Well, and I don't think they mean to do this. I don't think they mean to, hassle everyone, but it's the very fact, they say gaming. So what does gaming mean? Well, gaming, a lot of people do gaming. And, so if you say gaming and don't qualify your statement, of course you're going to go piss off someone because they're like, hey, you're throwing me under the bus as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
it's never an idea to broadcast your hate. You need a proper target. Not even hate, your dislike of something. You can't just say, oh, I don't... It's generalizing on a massive scale, and it's going to build you masses of enemies.
Yeah, but like people like the Megaphone or Megaphone Shan, you know who?
The Alexander.
Yeah, they're not really part of the industry. I mean, she says that she is an actress, I think. So she's basically just blogging, and she basically just putting her feelings on her thing. And she says that she's trying to move into a world where.
Who are you talking about?
Leigh Alexander.
Oh, Leigh Alexander. Leigh Alexander is an interesting thing. she's not really in gaming. She's but yeah, she's a journalist, and she also, if I'm not mistaken, she has a company called Agency, which is it's a consulting. It's consulting for game developers. So it's giving a journalistic perspective to the game developers. So that's an even bigger conflict of interest. So she writes about games, then consults game developers about the perspective of journalists, and then writes about those same games that she consults for.
On Kama Sutra.
Which could be threatening. I mean, it's essentially saying, oh, this is how we're going to review your games, so you better tail nice to us, or, bad things could happen, apparently.
Or it better be politically correct enough, otherwise I'm going to give it a bad score or run your name through the mud.
It's
because I'm a megaphone. Remember?
It's pre-review.
Yeah, she said like. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous, and you shouldn't be allowed to do that. You shouldn't be allowed to, if you're consulting for a game, then pimp said game that you have just been consulting for. Holy shit! How can they not see that this is so corrupt? They just how can they not see that? That's like the definition of fucking corruption right there.
Yeah, the system is freaking rigged.
Yeah, the fact that she basically said, I am games journalism is a statement that the only, like, Louis XVI would say it, or Louis XIV, when he said, I was the sun.
I am the Lizard King! Oh wait, I am.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Jim Morrison, he was another
she's
one.
got a fucking ego. She's got an ego on her. I gotta say, Alexander has an ego on her.
But I don't think it's an ego.
Oh my gosh.
No,
I don't understand.
She has said, like, and it's not like she's just like this problematic with us. She has been having problems with the own press and the own industry, because there was like a video they show about like a press conference in one of the like congress about games, and she was drunk, and they had to cut the interview because she was drunk. And she was talking shit.
And now I would never hold that against someone, but in an interview,
you can tell that she is a total bitch when nobody's looking. She's got this sort of very like lovely persona where she's talking kind of like this, and but the moment that the cameras are off, she's doing things like making Vine videos of her sort of blowing her finger like she's just like finished shooting a gun. Yeah, like right after writing the "Gamers Are Dead" article.
I hated her "Gamers Are Dead" article.
There was very little to like about
the journalists are dead article.
They have no tact whatsoever, because you see things posted on like a Brianna Wu's page where it says like it shows like a woman under a waterfall. It's like representation of the gamer tears that I'm receiving. And it's like
what is she talking about with tears? Who's crying over her? No one cares.
Exactly, but it's also fucking cool.
like gamer tears, like, you know, it's a riff on Guy's Tears, which has another ultimate explicit.
I bathed in male tears, and here's the thing though about all this. The reason why a lot of people were getting upset was because there was a murder. A guy murdered his ex-girlfriend and then posted the pictures on 4chan. It's a really terrible tragedy, and then Brianna Wu tried to link that to Gamergate and say, "Oh my gosh, now you understand why I'm so scared."
Zoe Quinn did it too.
But 4chan is the home of the SJWs now. All the good lads are at 4chan. So she's blaming them. She's blaming her own people for that.
Yeah, and the thing about it that's so incredibly disgusting, though, is she saw this tragedy as a way to make it about herself, to stand on the dead. Like,
she saw it and like tendered her fingers and went, excellent.
Exactly. It's like, oh, this is an opportunity to show people why I'm so scared of gamers and stuff. And she had that thing where she said, oh, 8chan was too extreme for 4chan. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? A lot of people, I gotta say, on the Gamergate forums and things like that, those people are so much nicer than 4chan ever was.
True.
I know it's so weird. It's a weird calm. I have never seen people in the Chan sphere be so nice to one another. I mean, sure, there's an occasional like lobbying around of the term faggot, but you know that's to be expected.
That's a term of endearment, I thought.
Yeah, there's new fags, old fags.
Yeah, on 4chan there's an entire different way of speaking to people, and they don't understand that. They're doing that just to piss off the thin-skinned motherfuckers and to make them head for the hills.
Yeah.
Here's one thing I need to say about 4chan in terms of Gamergate, that we should never forget that they gave up their home for Gamergate. They were forced out of 4chan because they sided with Gamergate, and we must never forget that. They sacrificed their today for our tomorrow. So this is why I get so wound up when Reddit say, oh, we want to move away from all those 4chaners. No, we owe them. And we can never move away or deny anything that they've done for Gamergate, because there would be a Gamergate without them.
No, it's
well,
absolutely. I mean,
we're upset with 4chan because of what Moot did.
Yeah, Moot is the real.
Moot is a traitor to us all.
Yeah, Moot.
The point is Moot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking
I
twat.
freaking remember. I keep like trying to talk and then somebody else talks at the same time. It's
Sorry.
funny.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
on, go on.
Just power through.
Alright, so another thing that I wanted to talk about was do you guys remember when Anita couldn't talk in the show?
Oh yeah, the Colbert Report.
She got freaking nervous.
I
Yeah.
didn't see that.
She couldn't name 3 games. Basically, there was a moment where he asked her to name 3 misogynistic games, and she couldn't.
Yeah.
She instead did the misdirection move like a trained magician.
Well, didn't she like imply that they were all misogynistic or something?
No, she glazed over and she says, well, there's a whole lot of pervasive things that I would like to talk about in the culture instead of saying...
Sarah Palin.
Well, yeah.
It's because she hasn't got McIntosh's hand up her ass, so, you know.
Well, and the thing about Comedy Central, which I've noted this, is that I think they're taking a stronger hand than most of the TV networks, especially since, you know, the most recent episode of South Park was about freemium gaming.
That was funny.
Which it was a good episode, but it was like, you know, it's like, you know, oh, something about gaming that isn't about Gamergate on the channel that just held the anti-Gamergate interview that got everyone upset. What the fuck is going on here?
Well, South Park is their own little separate world.
Yeah, they give no fucks.
They do whatever they want.
And they had that
manatees.
episode, the Sissy. You remember that one?
That was really funny.
That was a funny. That was a great
The
episode.
song too was amazing. I listened to it over and over again. The one where it's like a parody of what's her name? It's called Push.
Lord?
Yeah. Yeah. I am Lord. Yeah. That one. The one in the Sissy episode.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. Oh gosh.
It wasn't in the CC episode. I think it was like 1 or 2 episodes before where somebody's dad dressed like
Oh,
the Lord.
Lordy, you mean?
Oh
The actual
like
song
Lord,
was in
Lord.
the Sissy episode though. They played it at the end, and it's like really like beautiful, and how it sounds and how they're like going together with everything. And
Yeah, I think
they released it online. I downloaded it and listened to it like a million times.
It was like, yeah, I am Lord.
Well, that's like the thing that they first introduced when he's dressed up as her, and he's like singing for the kids or whatever. He's just doing that. It sounds like garbage, but then later they add that into the actual song.
Yeah.
And then Lord thought it was really funny.
But the interesting thing about Lord was that she was implying that Stan was actually transgendered, which he wasn't. Which he, you know, in the episode he literally only did it to get access to to the bathroom or something.
The private bathroom, yeah.
Do you know the South Park kids? They pretty much are every Gamergater, I think.
Yeah,
They stand as a great avatar for all of us that are not that into social justice, and in that we are kind of confused and bemused by an adult world we don't understand really. And it isn't even an adult world.
Even the South Park movie, the South Park movie still holds up to all this. I mean, what is the South Park movie about? It's about moms and all of these social justice. It's about all these social justice types get really, really pissed off about something that they deemed offensive, and instead of blaming all society's ills on what they should be blamed on, the individual causers of all of those things, they decide, like, let's blame
Canada.
No! You will not blame
resistance.
Blame the United States' hat.
Yeah, basically, find a scapegoat, blame it, and then start a whole big fucking war for no reason. That is Gamergate in its essence. It's these people. They say, "Oh no, don't look at all of the real problems here. we're going to find a scapegoat, and it's the gamers. Gamers are the problem. It's not us who are being incredibly corrupt and fucking things up for everybody and being shills. No, it's not any of that. It's you. It's you, the consumer, the ones who pay our bills.
Take ownership.
You need to go. You need to go. We need to go to greener pastures where we have nicer customers. That's not how business works. You don't get to choose fucking customers.
But then again, that's always been the great irony of capitalism. I mean, even back in the day when it was workers who were going against them, it's like they had to use suppression because the workers actually had a legitimate market strategy going on.
Yeah.
And this is why we'll never find the body of Jimmy Hoffa.
I know exactly where it is.
Do you?
Yes.
How do you know that? How do you know where my office is?
But the thing is that before this whole Gamergate issue, the whole diversity issue inside gaming was developing in a more organic way. They were growing, and we were becoming more diverse, especially like in the last few games that we see, like the Telltale games, the Walking Dead video game, where you have to play as a black man, and in the second season as a little girl who's not white either. And you can see the advancement in diversity in gaming. But suddenly comes Gamergate and says that diversity doesn't exist.
That's bullshit. You can play as robots in games, but I refuse to believe you can play as black people. This is.
I mean, actually, one of the more like BioShock Infinite, I actually don't really like the game, but the one element that I really liked was the second bit of DLC they had, where you play as the female character, whatever her name was, because it was actually really well done. It was actually a really well done character, So it's like bullshit, diversity. We need more diversity in video games. We have fucking diversity that we just need to recognize in video games.
Heck yeah.
And the problem of diversity in all of this is that when you get to the social justice mindset, it doesn't allow for diversity of thought. What they want is they want the appearance of diversity. They want all these people with different faces and from different backgrounds, but they only care about you if you think exactly the way they do. There's not room for you to be conservative or religious or any of these other things that exist out in society. You can't have any differences of opinions on many different issues, political or whatever. You can't have those. You have to become homogenized. You have to have this one mindset, and then we can all live together in peace and harmony, believing the exact same thing.
Yeah,
you have to join the blob.
Which, I mean, technically is true. If we were all SJWs and didn't, disagree on a single thing, or, just skipped over the things we disagreed with.
The reason why people disagree is because a lot of their methods don't fucking work.
Yeah.
They're fucking insane.
Of course you're going to disagree with something that obviously doesn't fucking work. It's broken, and people are suffering over you trying to push things that don't fucking work. You're not gonna do that. The only way you can do that is by silencing people by force.
And of course, you know what happens when they actually do create a game with diversity? Suddenly, it's either cultural appropriation or you're not writing it. You're not writing it like a real person of color would do it. You have to have a real person of color.
Or it's just not good enough.
As if person of color was actually some, there was only one, way of writing something in the person of color.
Yeah, there's only one type of person of color or whatever, and they only think this way. How can people not see that this is fucking sexist and racist?
Yeah.
Oh,
Another thing is they'll say well, it's a good start, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, how can they not see
Never
that?
happy, never happy.
The idea that women only think one way or that black people only think one way is so, go on, Samantha. I'm just going to just...
No, the thing is that because they believe that because they have this dual narrative that we need more diversity, but we cannot have cultural appropriation, comes the thinking of we need to have women and people of color in video games because they will make women and people of color. Because, I don't know, a black man cannot create a character that is not black. Because he cannot
Well, you know, we don't. Well, yeah, you know, we don't want those black characters by those white characters. We don't want those black games creating white characters. Oh my gosh, things would fall apart if we did that.
Oh my gosh, people can't have empathy. People can't, understand other cultures. You can only
fucking racist. Oh my god, how do they not see? How can they be so fucking blind as to see when they put in all of these arbitrary rules in place? It's just dividing everybody and putting them against one another. It's dividing everybody into camps instead of bringing us together, which is what we need to survive as a country, as a culture, as a planet.
As a solar system.
You know what I mean?
As a universe.
You're still fucked.
Learning to people just live and let live to some extent is important. And sure, you can disagree, but it's how you handle those disagreements. Approach them diplomatically and handle them like adults instead of whining and screaming and crying when you don't get your way.
It's always worked for me.
It's like, wow, this
reminds me.
This reminds you of
this wonderful comment I saw in reply to one of the anti-Gamergators' new hashtags. There was a hashtag POC against Gamergate or something, and somebody someone popped up underneath and says, "What does POC stand for then? Peasants on consoles."
Oh, that's awesome.
I have a statement that I got on Tumblr when I was on Tumblr, and that was like the statement that I think it defines the social justice warrior. It is said that we need to force diversity until it comes out naturally.
That's not how it happens.
And my first thought was, how do you know if you force it first? How do you know it's going to come out naturally later? And it's not going to be mechanical.
Exactly.
How do you know they will accept it, you mean?
Yeah,
if you look at the corruption in Soviet Russia, that developed over the course of its existence. Yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. People are going to pay lip service to the party, lip service to communism, while secretly they're totally on the take and looking after
you know, I learned something really interesting this morning. I was talking to someone, and they told me, I forgot who was it exactly, but yeah, it was on Facebook.
Yeah.
I think it was a pro Gamergate person, and he told me that these SJWs are basically social Marxists.
Yeah.
And the history of Karl Marx was basically that Karl Marx wanted like diversity and all that. It was kind of like a socialist, movement.
Whoa.
But
Karl Marx was very
Karl
racist.
Marx was like extremely
Well, so a cultural Marxism comes out of the Frankfurt School. It is, I don't know as much about this, but I will tell you what I do know. Basically,
Red pillars.
Oh God, yeah. Put on your tinfoil hats, everybody. But yeah, the Frankfurt School was a school. Well, they were trying to find a way to bring Marxism to social issues and all that. Basically, what happened was when the war happened, the Frankfurt School moved to America.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
Columbia University, where Obama went.
Yeah, and well, no, this isn't a conspiracy. This legitimately happened. So they came in there and they, of course, got involved with many colleges and things like that, into higher education. But the main thing when they talk about cultural Marxism and how it can be harmful and all that stuff, a lot of people, when you get into the really tinfoily shit, talk about the subversion and demoralization. And subversion and demoralization is how you take down a society and make it more susceptible to being taken over. And the way that you do that is you don't actually go in with guns or force your way in. What you do is you try and co-opt the culture.
And brainwash people.
And no, you do it slowly by
Slowly brainwash them.
All you have to do is say, oh, you guys are not being treated correctly. You guys need to rebel against the system because they are incredibly corrupt. Do you see those people over there in positions of power?
They're hiding in the bushes.
They're hiding in the bushes. This way of doing things is oppressive. You need to rebel against the system. So that's where it starts out, and then they get into higher education and they spread these
even lower
ideas.
education.
Yeah, and lower. Well, it starts out in high academia, and then they educate another generation who then goes into lower academia and then teaches these people all the things. Yeah.
And they brainwash people.
Yeah, that's brainwashing.
Basically,
when you're dealing with kids, you're brainwashing them.
You're brainwashing them to become lizard people.
Lizard people are the best.
It's less brainwashing. Instead, it's fucking with their priorities. That's what what really
light brainwashing.
Did you see the commercial where the little girls are cussing to promote feminism?
Yeah. It was promote T-shirts.
It's stuff like that. It's like, well, you don't need to go and get a job that is going to get you money and stuff. No, it's fine. You can go into the arts. You are going to be different because you are special, and everybody needs to take care. We don't need to compete against one another. We don't need meritocracy anymore. No. What we need to do is just to have a level playing field where nobody is better than anybody else, and if they are, we're going to call it privilege.
Social, what is it? The social self-esteem. Self-esteem movement.
The self-esteem movement. And basically what they're doing is they're creating entire generations of people who do not know how to deal with society until it's the infantilization of the entire West. And that's and that's what it's really exactly. That's what it's slowly but surely doing. And when you get past a certain point, that is when your country becomes so incredibly broken that it can easily be taken over. And where that plays into the Frankfurt School of this, they were trying to figure out why it is that nobody could accept communism, why you couldn't accept Marxism, why socialism did not work purely as a government. And they said, well, the people and their mindset, they weren't prepared for it. So what we need to do is slowly but surely prepare people's minds.
So what you're saying is Frankfurt lizard people are slowly taking over the Earth?
Yes.
No. What I'm saying is that they're getting people to the point where they are so infantilized that they need a higher government to govern them.
Yep. Yeah. They need people to
It's like when Obama was trying to get women to vote.
Yeah,
saying, you need the government, or else you'll never go anywhere. So women vote.
They're saying you need the government to act as your parents now. Your parents, they have failed you. The government is your parent now. Government is
horribly bizarre and scary.
Yeah, and it's freaking funny when they say they're strong and independent. It's like, oh, really? Really?
Yeah. Now, it's far be it from me to do this, but I could quite happily go around telling single mothers that no, you aren't single, you're married to the state, my dear.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do that.
Instead of trying to cultivate a society where there are strong, independent people who are intellectuals who can handle themselves, what they do is they say, no, you don't have to do that here. Take a job and take a degree in communications. And whereas most people fall on their asses after doing that, the rich, the people who are at the top, they continue on and then they get jobs in activism and things like that. They are the useful idiots continuing to push the narrative that everybody is oppressed.
Yeah, it's a freaking elitist ideology, basically. The rich get richer and the poor poorer. That's all
in reality, what the truth of the matter is this, and this has been true since the beginning of time. None of us are ever going to be completely equal. We can be treated equally under the law, but everybody has advantages and disadvantages. It's all like a roll of the dice, okay?
Yeah.
It's not, you're never going to be completely equal to someone else. They're always gonna have abilities that you aren't. So when you come in and you say, okay, all of these people are privileged, what you're really acknowledging is that there are differences that cannot be accounted for. You can't change. There's nothing about that that's going to equal out. That's
biology.
I mean,
yeah.
Is there already something like in Tumblr that talks about neurological like privilege, like people who like you are discriminated because other people are smarter than you? Does that exist already?
Stereotypical?
They'll call it something else though.
Yeah, I mean, like there's like
they'll never say. That's the one thing that I haven't seen them do. They'll say like smart privilege, but instead they'll say like no, you're an ableist if they have something like a learning disability or something like that. They never come out and admit that they're complete and utter morons.
No.
Because you would have to.
On which note, I'd just like to give a big shout out to Peter Williams. I'm just reading his status. Apparently, in 3 comments, he has ridiculed a leftist so hard that they deleted their post.
Oh,
magnificent. Well done, Peter. Keep it up.
And first off, what I'm going to say with this is, when it gets into that whole idea of how to co-opt a society, I am not a conservative, and that's the thing though, a lot of the people who push that idea tend to be, people say, okay, you're a conservative nut job or whatever, but I remember watching this lecture given by a former, he was a former head of the KGB, and he was talking about how this is business as usual and what you do to slowly but surely take over a country without ever having to raise a weapon, because you cannot take over a country that doesn't want to be taken over. There'll be blood in the streets. It'll be messy.
Yuri Bezimov. Yeah. Is that Yuri Bezimov? Is that Yuri Bezimov? I think it sounds like it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, very wise man.
Very wise.
Yeah, and he was talking about, this goes back to like Sun Tzu's like Art of War. If you want to take over society, you do it very, very slowly. And whether or not this has any kind of actual structure, I don't think it would need to. You would just need to plant the seeds of this, and it could just continue to carry on in people's hysterics, whether or not anybody was actually pulling the strings. And that's where I stand. I don't think there's any kind of conspiracy to take over the planet. I think that there was this idea, okay, well, what if we could just slowly but surely make people more receptive to socialism, and then all of those people died. but their efforts carried on without them.
Sounds like ideological war.
Yeah, it really is, because one of the things that keeps society together are these bonds, that sense of community, that sense of I can trust you, you're like my family, you're close. But what happens with this shit, like with the intersectionality and all this other crap, it divides that community. It tears people apart. It keeps them from making meaningful bonds with other individuals, regardless of what they look like, or their sex, or any of that stuff, or their gender.
It creates drama.
Yeah, it creates drama. It divides people. It keeps them from having conversations like this.
Yeah. That's what I'm seeing. Like, instead of bringing so-called diversity and equality, all they're doing is bringing segregation between people of different genders, ethnicities, etc. That's all they're doing.
You look at neighborhoods. People used to come up to each other's houses and have housewarming gifts, and they'd have block parties, and they'd do all of these things together as a community and have that sense of community. But that is dying. It is dying because we have this hysteria in our society that everybody is out to get you. And statistically speaking,
they're out to get the presents.
Statistically speaking, that is not true. You're not going to be in danger that much. It's not going to happen as often as they think. And because of that hysteria, they don't want people to get involved with one another, and then they don't form those bonds, and the infrastructure of society falls apart. Families fall apart.
Society.
Gamergate would be great for that in building a community here online. People
Yes.
as well.
I've never felt so loved.
We love you, Otter Jesus.
Love you all too.
Sacrifice people in your name.
No thanks. Maybe sacrifice clams.
I probe people in your name.
That's okay.
As
long as they're willing.
Sacrifice people.
Are you gonna break oysters open on your tummy?
No, I'm not a sea otter. I don't really know what river otters eat. I guess fish. I will crack open a fish.
Yay!
Crack open a fish's skull. That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Now he's getting hungry.
Actually, I already ate. Panda Express.
Well, he's been eating souls all day.
I'm just looking at a post on my group Gamergate Ultras, and it's from Felch Grogan, great guy, from anti-atheist blood. He says, so Brianna Wu was actually born Bruce Freeman. And apparently had the audacity, just apparently started criticising Frederick Hot Wheels Brennan, the guy behind 8chan, which is delicious irony considering she's telling him to check his privilege and he's a little disabled.
And he's in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah, I don't think that quite works.
How can you possibly...
No shame.
How can you work it in your mind?
Yeah. Just a loathsome individual, isn't
You
it?
need to check your privilege. Bitch, I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah. I have to have people check my privilege for me.
You just get a roll everywhere.
That makes him a cyborg, though. I mean,
yeah.
We're about privilege.
He is no. Hot Wheels is not a cyborg.
Yes, he is.
He's a sex board.
Yeah.
Hot Wheels is awesome. He is going to get laid so much after this.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I didn't he move to like the Philippines? There'll be like lots of girls out there. So good
yeah, they like people who have money.
Or was it Singapore? I can't. One of those.
No, it's
You went to the Philippines. I grew up there.
Oh, cool.
It's a lovely place.
Yeah, they're really nice people. They have a lot of corruption in their government, but they're really nice.
Like any other place.
I used to work in an X-ray department in a hospital, and most of the nursing staff were Filipinos there.
Yeah,
they come in. Oh, they are delightful people.
Make really good nurses.
I love my town. I mean, we also have a lot of Gurkhas living here because it's an army place. So we've got a big Nepalese community and a big Filipino community.
Wow.
And like, honestly, you couldn't ask
cool.
for a better place, a better form of multiculturalism, or better races to be multicultural with. It's just really adorable around here. You feel safe everywhere.
The thing that's so interesting though about how you know this integration happens organically is first what will happen and be like, okay, you guys need to fucking cut this shit out. You say okay, listen, we're going to integrate all these things with the law, and then you guys just sort that shit out. And what happens over time is people start talking to one another, and then they start educating themselves and getting involved with that culture, and you know they find that they have more in common than they ever expected, and then it just sorts itself out. When you force it, you divide people against each other. Yeah. They say they take, you know, they're like, this is my team, I'm going to defend it to the end, I'm just going to be really defensive about it, and if you come in here and you do anything associated with my culture, it's cultural appropriation, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Hey, Rachel, I wanted to ask you a question. So you think these people, these SJWs and that sort of people that are promoting diversity and so-called equality, do you think they're gonna be able to brainwash people, or are people gonna notice that all of their
people notice. People notice.
I think the people are noticing right now because what's happened right now is we're entering into a different age, and the playing field has completely changed with the invention of the internet. Right now, information is closer than ever before. So people are, if they're not being taught certain things in school, like like critical thinking. They can learn it online. They can educate themselves, and they can fact check. This is not something that was available like 100 years ago. So
it wasn't available when I was a lad. You know, I predate the internet slightly.
Yeah, this is something that did not exist back then at all. So it was a lot easier to take over a society when they didn't have the fucking internet. So that might be the thing that defeats all this cultural Marxism bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit will baffle brains, but it will never baffle information. You know, it never. If somebody knows different, knows the truth, then you can't lie to them about something because they just sound stupid.
Yeah, you know can't battle cold hard facts. You cannot battle. I mean, that's why they were even having that conversation. I don't know if you guys saw the Sargon of Akkad video where they were talking about Digra, and that's why they oppose stuff like peer review. It's because it actually requires it actually requires real fucking science. And here's the interesting thing about that, because in terms of the social science community, some of the peer review process has been co-opted by the social justice types. And so when peer review is peer review and all of the peers are social justice warriors, you're fucked. But they haven't really necessarily gotten into the hard sciences because they require evidence. They require that you actually, you know, have proper data, and then you test it again and again and again and get consistent results.
Although I think
right. I do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Alright, so I was gonna say, so if you think about it, this isn't like, you know, like the 50s or 60s or 70s. Like they can't fool anyone. Like people are more informed right now than back then.
Sure. And that's what's scaring them. For the first time, they actually have opposition.
Yeah, and that's why the fucking media is shaking in their boots right now, because right now it's more corrupt than it has ever been. It's more slanted. It's more biased. The media than it ever has been before, and now they are realizing that somehow, despite everything, are informed consumers who are pissed off that things are not being unbiased. And then they're like, whatever, we've been doing this shit forever. Why change now? And they're like, because we demand a higher level. Yeah, they're like, we demand a proper service. We demand to be informed. And they're like, whatever, we've been doing this forever. We've been doing slanted news for like how many fucking years now? You're not gonna change it. And we're like,
I loved how the Gamer Journal Pros listing. They were like, oh, it's okay because the big boy journalists did it too with journalists. It's like, so it's fine, but why did that become an issue with them? That thing got canceled or shut down or something at some point.
Yeah.
You're like, gee,
it's still going. They've got
mainstream media on our side.
It had a spin-off or something. I think they called it the Cabal.
Yeah, they're like, geez, why isn't the mainstream media on our side? Because they're just as fucking corrupt, if not more corrupt.
Yeah, that's the other angle. I mean, we're attacking the same model that so many different media sources use. You know, it's really challenging.
Sorry.
So it's like really challenging to basically any sources of media right now that we should be, you know, detesting, clickbait or, you know, hindsight bias or anything like this. You know, it really is a scary thing.
Yeah, well, they've had the media for ages. I mean, that was probably they sort of what was it? I think they went Hollywood, television, and then the printed media, and now
television part of Hollywood.
Kind of stuff.
Well, look at how even the alternate places that we used to go to get information, like the educational channels, those have all been taken over by fucking reality television shows. How the hell did that happen? How the hell did we get reality television on National Geographic Channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're also doing on the History Channel. They're doing like dramas and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
and
Historically accurate dramas, but
and
well, and then
technology.
where did we all go? We went to the internet.
And worse, sci-fi is doing goddamn wrestling.
that's
No.
okay.
Yeah, they need,
Wrestling's basically sci-fi.
yeah.
Dragons, races at
No,
this point?
no. Wrestling is best described.
I was
as
talking to Josh
violent
Finney the
soap
other
opera.
week, and he's saying
Yeah.
science fiction has exactly the problem Gamergate and atheism and everywhere else does.
Oh yeah, they do. I mean, I've talked to those folks.
You're
I've talked to him
essentially-
and his wife.
And they keep writing more or less the same book, which is a utopian fiction where women rule the world.
Wait, what?
Essentially, I mean, I'm talking off the cuff here, so I
Orville
can't provide
wrote a
examples
story
immediately.
where instead of writing a well-developed female character, they make her overpowered like fucking Xena, Warrior Princess, or Buffy. Or,
Wait, what are we talking
Wonder
about?
Woman.
Which Buffy
We're
and
talking
Xena,
about-
Science fiction.
Buffy
Okay,
and
well-
Xena, those are both really good characters. They're both really
Yeah,
well.
the problem is that instead of just relying on their personalities, what they do is they tend to write these overpowered characters instead of writing a balanced, strong female character.
It's
Yeah,
like
I mean-
protagonist syndrome.
Anita Blake.
There's a ton.
Protagonist is invincible.
Yeah, whenever it's a strong female character, instead of writing a more balanced character, often they fall into writing these sort of Mary Sue kind of characters.
Yeah.
Like Anita Blake, who is supposedly like this perfect woman who every man wants to sleep with her, even if they're gay.
That series started out good, sort of. Apparently, I read some of the comics. Anita Blake, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but
Yeah, and then it turned into pornography.
Yeah.
Pornography, where?
She just started having sex with everyone and stopped killing monsters.
Yeah, but the thing
Okay,
is
let's do it.
the guys have sex with each other, but then they're all sleep with her. Like no man is gay, everybody's bisexual because she's too attractive.
She's just too attractive for them.
Wow, body shaming right there.
Another
She has a
thing.
problem. She is hateful towards gay people because she doesn't respect their right to have a choice.
Well, she doesn't make them do it. They want to do it, apparently.
Oh no, she's forcing them to do it by writing it. Down.
Oh, you mean the author?
Yeah.
Oh god.
The
Weird.
author is not respecting the rights of gay men.
Yeah,
Or
so much
zombies.
more diversity.
What?
Because the
So
main
much
character of that
diversity.
series is a necromancer or something.
Wow.
No respect to the dead.
Yeah.
Who's into necrophilia now? What? I was
No,
only barely.
necromancer.
Oh,
We're
Well,
talking about Anita Blake.
one for one.
someone said she's having sex with zombies.
She probably does, I think.
No,
No,
that's
necromancy, not necrophilia.
Speaking of that, I actually had an idea for a dating sim, like where you could just like find a way to like sneak necrophilia in there by having all of them be like magical creatures that are technically undead, like vampires and
I'm
zombies
sure that's around somewhere.
or something, and just to have that be the dating sim. It's like
Rachel will write
it's
it.
like undead high or something.
I think that actually exists.
Oh really?
Somewhere.
Well, I think you know, it's from like the same people who made Bratz. They have their own.
Yeah.
They,
Monster High.
Monster High, yeah.
Well,
I don't think they're sleeping with each other, though.
Yeah, but it's not a dating sim though. It's not a dating sim. It's not a dating sim though, because then you have to.
That's not very far away. I can tell you that.
They're working on the video game.
Different flavors of necrophilia.
Yeah, I think one is sleeping with her boyfriend, but they are both undead, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Because they are two
They have to
Frankenstein
pair off.
monsters.
Just remember that Twilight is a love story of a woman trying to decide between necrophilia and bestiality.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking of like a story that would be a response to that, where the humans and the vampires have this weird treaty where like there's one human girl has to marry and be in love with a vampire, but she freaks out and kills him, and then there's like this whole war all over the world between like vampires and humans, and then werewolves somehow get into it, but they're at war with Wendigos and all these things. It's just a massive war.
Wait, this sounds like something I would read. What is this?
It's something I was thinking of writing, but I never really got around to it.
Oh, right.
It would actually be more like something like what is that thing about the Vampires Masquerade thing?
Oh, Vampires Masquerade.
Something like that.
Actually a really good game.
Where it would be like that kind of world, and then maybe stories could be told in it, but I never really got around to doing it.
Okay, cool. I should write it. Like I'm writing.
There was a vampire game called The Darkness, and it was really bad.
Oh, Darkness, yeah.
Yeah, World of Darkness is a great system.
The original.
I did one on Mage. A game with. We began the game with Mage, but then it got uprooted, and I was sad because I made a really great character. I was like a gothy what was it? I was a gothy mage chick or whatever, but I was also I wasn't a mortician. What was the other one? I worked in the damned. God, what is that word?
Gravedigger?
No,
not
not
say random words, everybody.
The morgue, yes, I was a morgue worker. Yes, I was. I did autopsies and shit. And I had the dark, what was it, the undead magic class or what? I can't remember what the hell it was. But yes, I was one of those, and that was so awesome. I got to be this sort of completely creepy, introverted asexual chick. I just kind of wanted to come up behind them and just be like.
Rachel,
it's right there.
You actually know the source of my name.
I did, yes, now I do. That means I own it.
No.
I have power over you,
figuring out the source of my name.
Stiltskin from Once Upon a Time.
Do you remember the different enemy groups in Mage?
Oh shit! I don't remember.
Do you remember what the name of the Chaos Mages were?
We only went as far as camping out in an old theater, and then we got attacked by some other folks who threw Molotov cocktails into the theater, which we had to put out.
So you never learned the Chaos, Entropy Mages were called.
No, I didn't. We didn't get that far. I was sad because we had wonderful characters.
They were called Nefandi.
Ooh.
And I couldn't use that name on one board because it was obviously part of that game, so I had to come up with Nefanor.
Oh, neat.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we need to just get a D20 out and just start a game or something.
I have a few hundred here.
Cool.
I've got 6 pounds of dice.
Awesome.
I have 2 sets up here near me.
Damn it! Marshall from Skype keeps giving me tips, and I'm reading them, but he hears me now. Marshall, you ginger bastard! Yes, I was a coroner. Yes, I was a coroner. That's what I was playing in the game. Yes, just it was
That'd be actually a really interesting game mechanic for someone to include, one support character that just figures out how random NPCs died. So it's and then
that was my whole shtick. Is I had death powers.
Nope. Nice.
powers.
But I thought it would be fun to just be sort of My backstory was that my previous boyfriend had died, and I wanted to find a way to resurrect him, but his body is trapped in suspended animation, and I have his soul protected in a container.
Nice.
That's delicious.
The ultimate female power fantasy, perhaps.
Well, no, it was
Actually, no. Her ultimate fantasy is Harry Potter tentacle erotica.
True story, folks.
Yeah.
That is not my ultimate fantasy, guys.
Well, why do you keep writing it?
It's your penultimate fantasy.
No, because it's funny. It's funny how people get so upset by something like that. That the idea of like there being like adding tentacle monsters into Harry Potter, when I think it's hilarious.
Why would anybody be upset about that?
My ultimate fantasy, you guys, is to like be bent over like a table, like a nice desk in like a Victorian style, like mansion.
And I think that's fine.
I'm imagining that, and I don't want to because that's how my brain works.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Being autistic, somebody says something, I see it in my head.
Sorry.
You're a Victorian
okay.
So
You're triggering him, Rachel. How dare you?
How dare I talk about my Victorian fetish?
Your table bending over fetish.
What? Okay, I have an uncomfortable arousal when there's a lot of books around. Okay, I mean there's.
I can see that.
Everyone does.
Well, you know, I read a lot of pornography in libraries and stuff in secret when I was younger.
What libraries have pornography?
What?
Well, no. Basically, there was like filthy fan fiction, and that flew under the radar of like early blocks for internet blocks in.
Oh, I thought you meant you went to the library and like read pornography that they had in the library, and I'm like,
you did that?
What library is that?
Well, Library of Congress has pornography in it.
That was actually their adult book.
Awesome library.
Black market.
The best library ever.
Marshall was telling me that I was necromancy. I know that it's called necromancy, and yes, I put his soul in a phylactery. Actually, no, it wasn't
romancy.
It wasn't a phylactery. It was a soul jar. There is a difference, Marshall. But technically, I guess you would call it a phylactery.
Well, actually, that is the correct term.
No, I didn't really steal his soul and put it in a phylactery. Actually, he was dying and on the cusp of death. And so basically, I was saving him in order to see if I could.
Oh, is that how you justify it? You were saving him.
Yeah, worst government ever.
It was a character. Oh my gosh, I didn't want him. Basically, I didn't want him to die. I wanted to find a way to cheat death so that I could bring him back. So I preserved his soul in his body.
And then you could make him get a fancy job and use all his money.
How dare you?
It was just a character I played.
No, it was true. It was unreal.
My favorite character was in Vampire. It was a Malkavian with multiple personalities, and one of them was a priest with true faith. So yes, a vampire that actually had true faith.
Nice.
Oh, that would be one conflicted character.
Like everybody
wild beasts.
Everybody who was watching us is gone because things have gotten so nerdy.
Really? Have we lost all our fans?
I don't know.
No, we're up to 20 now. It was 13 earlier.
Oh, good.
It's 21, you know. Which, yay, 21 people. This is...
Oh, now it's 20.
I wanted to ask something about Rachel. Like, does she really write fan fiction, or you write it directly?
Yeah, I did write some. I haven't been able to finish. Though
writes
now,
it and then Gilbert Godfrey reads it.
yeah. Okay,
After he
so
made those comments, he's like, "That's
what I've been working on and off, which I need to finish. I have the first half of the second chapter done. I've been procrastinating to hell and back about it, but it's called The Kids Are All Right. Or something. The Kids Are All Right. I think the first one was. The first part was named something like. Oh God, what was it called? I can't remember what the first episode was called. The second one is going to be something like Time Is on Our Side. And I think the third one is going to be called. The third chapter is going to be called Kill It with Fire, because that's.
That's very good advice, Rachel.
Kill everything with fire. I live my life by that maxim.
To be honest, the thing is, I've been writing the sex scenes really dry because I've been posting them on Tumblr, and I know if I were to really go full force and have complete creative freedom, everybody would get offended.
That's the idea, isn't it? That's what Tumblr's all about.
And call for my account to be
going in dry.
We'll write it and post it on my Tumblr, because I hardly ever use my Tumblr.
Rachel, if you want, I will link you to some of the blogs on Tumblr I follow, which have outright pornography. Trust me, you'll get away with it.
Yeah, you can get away with anything.
Yeah, you can get away with anything on there.
It's
I have a blog in Tumblr. I do.
I have one too.
Hell, I should post my porn.
Well, I think Marshall wants in on the cover.
Porn.
Wants in on here, but we've got so many people in here. We're like plugged in every hole.
Ew.
Yeah, if I could just go on that point, I'd love to have more people on here, but
we're so full.
But
we're full to the brim.
You know, I am planning to do a continue like over, at least for, like another episode. Hopefully I can make this a normal gig. So if you guys want to be on the show, connect to me through Google+. I have that now in the description box, and just hit me up so that I can schedule you in. As of now, there's no rotating position. That might be one thing that I start including in the future. But yeah, so if for future episodes, if you want to get in on the action, yeah, go ahead and connect with me, and I can get you queued up.
Drugs, women.
So wait. You want us to hit you up? Does that mean you are going to be our bitch and we can smack my bitch?
Smack your bitch.
It's a rotation position.
That'd be the most romantic relationship I've ever been in, but
Right.
Wait, Robert, you've been in a relationship?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
That's
Relationships are for the weak.
How
Like
Robert?
an MG Tau.
Well, for those of you who are watching, Robert is a lovely gentleman who looks wonderful in a top hat, and he is available. He's single. So hit him up.
How much money are you gonna make people pay?
Yeah,
sounds like you're being a pimp.
If you have a game that you need reviewing, I can totally give you a positive review for a bit of action.
Oh, forget about positive reviews. I'll review it critically. That's what I do.
Gosh, Robert, I mean...
I'll be worse than Zoe Quinn.
Worse,
yeah.
Well, you're not worse. You're admitting what you're doing.
Yeah, you've already become the same.
You're like, oh.
You're looking at the chat, and someone's mentioned Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh god, yeah. Apparently, Karen reads the fanfiction in the voice of Gilbert Gottfried.
Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah. Oh my! Wow. Fantastic.
Well, the ongoing joke from that is that he read some of 50 Shades of Grey, and out like, my inner goddess is trembling and drooling slightly, and my nose puckered.
Personally, I like it better when the guy who did Duke Nukem read it.
Oh god, that was beautiful.
That was absolutely perfect.
I want to put them inside you.
Liam Neeson would be good. I can't do an impression, but it would be good.
No.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
Let him narrate it.
Morgan Freeman.
It's gonna be so sad when he dies. We won't be able to read out fanfiction in his voice.
I keep thinking about that.
You did the perfect impersonation of him.
Oh, it makes me so sad.
There's an English guy that does a good Morgan Freeman impersonation. What was it? There was some insurance company, I think called More Than Three or something.
Robot Chicken had a good sound-alike doing the Penguin Batman villain movie thing. It was like where he was walking around and he was pooping and stuff, and it was like Morgan Freeman's voice sort of narrating it.
Oh gosh.
I found it.
Excellent.
Oh no.
Oh my word. No. Why not?
No, wait. Does that mean we're gonna share the video?
No, I'm not going to. You have to go out and find it yourself. I'm sorry.
There's no sharing.
Yes, sharing
is forbidden.
Yeah, sharing is social.
That's communism,
I'm just kidding, you guys. Sharing is fine.
I like George Takei version of 50 Shades of Grey because it has a lot of oh my, Like
Halloween candy and a glass of milk. I'll be back. Because that's what I do. I'll just be waiting.
That reminds me, I've got a giant bar of Galaxy downstairs. I should eat that.
Wait, what is going on? Are people going to eat candy?
No, they're not giving me food. I'm hungry.
Oh.
It's just like, everyone go get your candy.
No, bacon! Get bacon!
Get bacon.
Get your bacon candy.
Ooh, even better. Let's do it. Alright, where's the bacon candy? Where is it?
Don't you know that bacon is murder, people?
Yeah, look,
Long pig bacon is murder.
I think it's good to eat bacon. You know, you're fine. Yeah.
I hate bacon, unless it's turkey bacon.
No. Okay. You missed one time I was posting. It's like I can't get along with anyone who doesn't like bacon. I don't care if you're Jewish. They've got kosher bacon, don't they?
Turkey bacon.
I don't mind people if people don't want to eat it for religious reasons. I can't criticise them there, but I can't see why someone would think I don't like the taste of these pork products. Why would you say that? It's delightful. It's gorgeous.
Well, growing up in the Philippines, when you're on like a car on the street, they'll have like a truck with it all open up. You can see it, but it's like bars, and there's just these huge pigs just all smushed in there. And so when you see an animal like that up close, you don't want to eat it because it looks disgusting.
Well, that is upsetting to an extent, but you have to think, if we were vegetarians, all these fucking animals would be extinct because there'd be absolutely no use to us. There'd be a big problem with them eating our crops, and we'd be going out killing off pigs. There'd be no pigs around.
Well, the pigs eat meat
by
too,
killing
so...
them, we are saving them.
Exactly.
And the pigs would learn to use computers and create Skynet and kill us all.
I knew it.
I'm getting there.
That's the Terminator reboot plot.
You mean the Terminator pig?
Sure, yeah.
Why are Americans so obsessed with bacon? We don't need it.
Because it's delicious.
I've never understood why people act like bacon is like something that you need to act crazy about. If you like it, okay, but...
Well, why do people, obsess about cats? It's...
People don't eat cats.
Wait, we have cat bacon?
No! Never!
Maybe in China.
I'd ask China, yeah.
About cat bacon, Rachel, that's not right.
But don't worry, people eat dogs too.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that's okay.
I'm back. I'm back with the badger from the badger copter. So come here.
What time is it for you? It's like 1 a.m. in the morning for me.
Oh yeah, it's like 10:54 here.
Aw.
Almost 8 here.
I've got a Kit Kat bar. Yeah.
So we've got everyone from each coast to coast.
Yeah.
From England.
Yeah. South
Now we
Coast.
can all dox each other.
Samantha.
Yeah, there was this one guy.
Yeah.
Do you guys do Halloween in Chile?
Yes, I posted pictures of my Halloween in like my Facebook page.
Awesome.
Yeah, we do it, but it's not like we are like it's an official holiday. It's not a holiday that you can have or not. It's usually
That's what it's like here in the U.S.
Officially, the 31 of October is the day of the evangelical churches here. So it's a holiday, like a free day, but it's not Halloween. It's like Halloween is something that you do. If
All
you
Saints Day?
Yeah, also All Hallows
That's
Eve.
the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But I do it and I decorate my house and I give candy. And
So All
then-
Saints Day is on November 1st.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the next day is the Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I should still remember this. I used to be Catholic, but it slipped my mind.
Catholicism rocks.
Oh God, I'm thinking of Buddy Christ now from like. Oh God, it was a gosh, Dogma.
Great movie.
I've got two people who've hit me up in the inbox. One is Alex St. Louise, who wants me to tell him about the controversy surrounding Paul. But we actually did that earlier, so he's probably going to hear that anyway.
We didn't talk about the Holocaust denying.
We could if you want to, but
it's
weren't they really drunk?
Poe was drunk, and Poe made some comments. He didn't deny the Holocaust, but he was expressing an unpopular viewpoint that got him ire, basically.
He was being asked silly questions about red pill topics by Sargon people in chat.
Yeah,
and they didn't like what he said. You know, he was only saying what it is. He wasn't saying, "I believe this." You know, I support this. I stand by this.
What exactly was his opinion on the Holocaust, by the way?
He was doubting the numbers.
Oh.
But that's not politically incorrect because, well, I have a story, like I take history classes, and even the books, the textbooks, do vary between some ranges of numbers to like between 60 million to 21 million. So we don't really know the exact number.
Yeah.
We can actually say, well, there were more or there were less. And it's not a controversial subject because they vary among the text and among the historical.
But you have to remember, the thing that often gets put out in public is public history, which the public history is all sorts of flawed. And so, you know, World War II does, you know, that's one of the things that I really hate about, like, you know, the U.S. Civil War or World War II or anything like that. There's just one very popular narrative that gets pushed out, and technically it's wrong. Technically you need much more than it, but, you know...
yeah, like the popular opinion in the U.S. is that you guys won the War of 1812s, even though Canada kicked your ass.
But look at Canada now.
Yeah, Justin Bieber.
Yeah, Justin Bieber.
Yeah, he's yours now. Congratulations.
No, he's not. He's not a legal citizen. A legal alien.
You're just trying to dump him on.
Guys, Nefanor is Canadian, okay?
I have French-Canadian blood in me.
You
I can
guys
do whatever I want.
in a bet. There was a bet during the Olympics. During the Olympics, the loser of Olympic hockey gets to keep Bieber. And since you lost both men and women, he's yours.
I never agreed to that.
No, you guys, Americans were the ones who made the bet.
Which one? Which Americans were not all the same person?
It was enough
discriminatory.
Please take him back, please.
In fact, the person who made the bet put up a sign afterwards that says "Worst bet ever."
I had an ancestor who made sure Oregon became part of the U.S. and not Canada.
Traitor.
FX Matthew.
Oh, well, at least, you know, you did something good.
Yeah, at least my ancestor did something good. I didn't do anything.
Guys, this Halloween candy tastes really weird.
Check for razor blades.
No. Let me
Is that your blood you're tasting?
No. Let me explain how it tastes weird. Because they put chocolate in with Twizzlers, the chocolate tastes like Twizzlers.
What?
It is sort of absorbed like a bit of the smell, and maybe that's why it's kind of taking on a bit of the taste of Twizzlers.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
So my Reese's is like Twizzlers.
What are Twizzlers?
It's artificial licorice that tastes like strawberry.
Oh yeah, strawberry bootlaces. Yeah.
Red vines are better.
Like, look like little worms?
It is the red ones, but I've never really cared for Twizzlers.
I'm eating them right now.
Oh,
Twizzlers
really?
always tasted like rubber. Red vines always tasted like licorice.
Tasty rubber. Tasty rubber.
I'm eating the licorice ones, so... You know.
Unpoisonous rubber, maybe.
Oh, by the way, Marshall's telling me, I don't know if this came up in conversation while I was away, but apparently he said that there is such a thing as bacon-flavored mayonnaise, which is kosher.
Baconaise.
It's called baconaise.
Yeah,
And it's delicious on sandwiches and in macaroni salads.
Well, see, that I could see. That I could see. The bacon getting into like a potato salad or on a sandwich. It's just natural to have that in semi-liquid form.
Another freaking GMO.
Jon Stewart ate some on his show, and he nearly puked. It was freaking hilarious.
Actually, there's also bacon salt.
Clearly, there are some things that are not made better by bacon.
I've known of the existence of Baconaise, but I've never been tempted to try it. I've never been tempted.
I think the only time I would ever get near Baconaise is if it was some kind of sex.
If you guys really want like an awesome condiment that isn't usually used as a condiment for what I'm talking about, but oh gosh, a spoonful of like French onion dip is amazing on burgers.
I could see that.
Instead of mayonnaise or any of the other stuff, you could it's fabulous. It's amazing.
A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down.
French onion dip. Oh gosh, it's some people will make it from a packet, and some people. Okay, you know the onion dip that people usually dip their chips in. That'll work as well. It's usually sour cream and onion powder and a bit of salt.
Yeah, and you can substitute that with garlic powder.
Good stuff.
Great. It is so amazing. Oh, so good. But yes, it's really good. And can you tell I'm trying to lose weight?
No.
So hungry, she would kill to eat somebody.
All the food.
Someone in the chat is asking what we think about racketeering, and could we...
Oh, they're probably talking about Phil Fish's racketeering scheme.
Okay.
Wait, so what is that? I saw that, but I wasn't sure what racketeering is. I haven't heard of this yet.
It's a form of tennis.
Yeah,
I thought he was a DJ now.
Guys, one person describe what it is, and everybody else be quiet. Somebody. Who understands what racketeering is? Whoever it does, explain.
I thought Phil Fish was a DJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
With his mutton chop sideburns.
All I understand is that Phil Fish.
Isn't it like laundering, where no one really knows what it is?
Yeah, the people that some of the people that judged the competition that he won, by the way, were also some of the people who funded him when he was making said game.
Nice.
So,
that would be your problem.
and I think they were also invested in his company. So basically, they directly profit on every part of that deal. So
this is the definition. Traditionally, obtaining or extorting money illegally or carrying on illegal business activities, usually by organized crime, a pattern of illegal activity carried out as a part of an enterprise that is owned or controlled by those who are engaged in the illegal activity.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, these people funded Phil Fish when he was making Fez, and they were invested in his company, and they also judged the competition that he won, or were involved at some point with the people who were judging it. So yes, basically they allowed him to win, and broke rules even to let him enter in a second time. If I'm not mistaken, that when he wasn't finished the first time around.
He wasn't never.
Like the group had to compete first, then win, and then they will become the judges of the next year, and then Phil Fish could win. I think that was the thing.
So basically, Phil Fish won, and then all the people who were invested in his company who profited directly from the success of Fez 2, no, not Fez 2, sorry, Fez 2 did not ever. Sorry.
It's not happening.
Yeah, who directly benefited from Fez, then got money as a result of him winning the competition that they were judging. So
and there was also that film, wasn't there? That was it. Valve made it about indie gaming.
Oh
yeah. And that must have driven the sales to a certain extent, and he was all over that film.
Of course, he was Brianna Wu back then.
What?
Yeah, he was Brianna Wu. He was riding that train for gravy.
Oh God, no! I don't need to think about anyone riding.
Indie Game the movie is what it was called.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about writing her. I'm talking about he was writing a film for money.
Ah.
He was having sex with his film?
Yes.
Well, that's just a new low.
Well, you know, when you're desperate and you can't make a second game, you got to do what you got to do.
Though I must say, I'm actually sort of disappointed that there's not going to be a Fez 2 because I enjoyed Fez 1. I don't like Phil Fish, but I enjoyed Fez 1, so it's like, at least sell it off, dude. Don't be a dick.
Well, you know what happened, though? He did at least get the soundtrack done, and that's what he was playing that night when he was DJing.
It sounds so sad.
It is. It is deeply sad.
But then again, Phil Fish is a sad, sad man.
Wait, he's Canadian?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Okay, moving on.
And despite what the Wikipedia says, Anita is no longer Canadian. We have disowned her.
I think you Canadians have a wonderful system. If you
Yeah, she actually was born in Canada. She was born
Yeah,
in
but she's
Canada.
not Canadian. She was just born here.
I think it's an amazing system. If you don't
Yes,
get
she
on
was.
with people, you push them out of Canada into America. It's clever.
What? Dennis Dyack is also Canadian, too.
To Mexico.
Good
There's so
lord.
many horrible
That's a
people
hot
from
push.
Canada.
Which I think Mexico has enough shitty people right now between the cartels and the
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have way too many. That's why you guys need to stop pushing them down there.
What is it about Canada that makes all these people in video games that are just horrible?
I
Well, we've
don't
also got
know.
great people. I mean, after all, this is the
I
whole.
know, but Dennis Dyack is from Canada.
Well,
BioWare. We've got Ubisoft up here.
Yeah, but that's
Ubisoft Montreal, which
That's not a good defense. Come on.
well you have Ubisoft Montreal up there. I can't speak well of Ubisoft Montreal. Sorry.
What are you talking about? They made some of the most of the Assassin's Creed games.
But they're full of glitches.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Ian, you there? Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, the Marshal I'm talking about is Marshal Rotman. He wanted me to let you know because that's whatever.
we have a team. Do you know it? Hello?
But yes. So what are we talking about? Okay, go on.
We're talking about Just Dance.
You were just talking about Canada and all the things and
how they just ruin everything.
No, they don't. I like our friends. Okay, I like them. They're
We've got maple syrup.
Individual Canadians are okay, but the whole is terrible.
On the whole? Oh, God.
Yeah, and I can say that because I have French Canadian blood in me.
Well, French Canadians are the problem.
That's why we left.
Yeah, just Quebec should totally just since there's global warming, Quebec should totally just float down to Texas, pick it up while it goes, and they can make their own little French Texas island.
That
Yeah,
wouldn't work.
I don't see that happening. I lived
That's
in
illogical.
I know darn well they won't go for that. They have enough problem learning Spanish, let alone French.
Brilliant.
Oh, true enough.
Surprisingly, our numbers have gone up. I've switched over to YouTube. Oh no, it's gone down to 20 again. We had
Because of me,
3 a
Canadian.
second ago, and then we started talking about Canada.
I have a question about Canada.
Yes.
Canada becomes a
We
new
have nature, lots of it.
The thing is that Canada, in some parts of Canada, they speak French, right?
Yes, Quebec.
But the thing is that supposedly Latin America is not just a culture, it's supposedly based on the language that we talk, that is Latin language. So those parts of Canada would have to be like part of Latin America. Because it's supposed to be based on the concept that we all talk Romance languages.
Yeah.
Portuguese and Spanish and French. Haiti is part of Latin America because they speak French.
Ah.
Well, if you like, have them. You can have Quebec, we don't mind.
Seriously.
They never have identified with the culture, but they are like part of the what it means. Like basically, we are Latin America because we speak Spanish, Portuguese, and French.
Yeah, it's all the same root language.
And so that's weird. I always thought I was weird, and I wanna I can help them.
We love you, Samantha. Though you have a wonderful accent. So lovely.
Accent, really?
Yes, you have an accent. Yes, you have an accent.
To us.
It's lovely.
I wish
lovely.
I had a nicer language.
Nice language.
Accent. I love your accent, Ian. Oh my God.
The accent's fine, but the language is just an old bastard made up of other
I want
people's
to take your voice and like spread it on toast.
Nice.
That's even buttered.
I should do more of this podcasting then if I have this effect on people.
Yes, you should.
Sounds very fun.
I would listen to these podcasts. Like you could say anything. You could just start reading the phone book.
Or porn.
Yeah,
no, don't do that. You will never get Rachel out of her chair because
Yes.
you get stuck to it.
We were talking. I was mentioning Dennis Dyack. He's trying to do the sequel to Eternal Darkness again.
Ooh. Well, I've never heard of it, but I'm just trying to sound interested.
Because they're doing.
Me too.
Yeah, Shadow of the Eternals. It's not really a sequel, but.
Well, didn't they already try a sequel? Like I thought the game had a sequel that sucked.
But Dennis Dyack tried to do an unofficial sequel because Nintendo doesn't want to work with him because he's an asshole, and nobody wants to work with him. And they did a Kickstarter. It wasn't successful because Dennis Dyack was involved.
Well, they really should do a sequel. Nintendo should do a sequel to.
I know they should.
Exactly.
Get like Retro Studios or something.
Nintendo are hot as fuck at the moment. I like them. I like them at the moment.
They actually care about games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly it.
Which I mean,
unlike Microsoft and Sony, they don't have other ventures like Sony has other electronics and Microsoft has computers. So they just totally focus on Nintendo.
Yeah.
Video games and Nintendo.
Which I mean, I can't approve of the way they've handled the Metroid franchise recently, but you know.
Even with Other M.
The mighty number 9.
Other M, and then also with the Super Smash Brothers universe, they changed her look and made it her like a space Barbie, which really for an unnecessary sequel on top of how unnecessary that the Super Smash Brothers universe is. It's rendered me unable to play the game because it's such a bad character design, in my opinion.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not gonna try to argue with that.
No, people have tried. It's just my own damn.
It's a little
personality with it.
Sounds a wee bit autistic, but I can understand.
Hey, I'm autistic.
Oops.
I'm gonna tone all your police.
Well, I'm dyslexic. So it's slightly similar. Oh, I'm nuts.
Not really.
I'm nuts.
I think I might be dyslexic. I'm not sure.
I mean, if your misspellings and your typos are more interesting than the average, then it might well be dyslexia.
Well, when I write stuff, I'll spell things right, and I'll look at it and like, that looks completely wrong.
Yeah.
Well, some words just do that anyway.
Yeah, but it seems like it does it all the time with me.
Like that word, the word witch, as in which dog is the one that that one just looks weird.
Yeah.
It's a witch.
Yeah.
Which witch?
Why is that bloody H there? It's not doing anything. I don't understand.
Float like a duck?
Which duck?
Which duck?
The witch duck.
The witch duck.
That sounds like an awesome video game.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
There must be a witch and we have to burn it!
Legend of the Witch Duck.
But are we just at this point where we're just making noises?
Yeah.
Silly place.
I just wanted to say
I'm
that
working on a plot for either a story or a game that is a steampunk world in a Lovecraftian universe.
Yeah, already I like it.
There was that one Portal ripoff that had that.
No. There's a game now. There's a game called Clockwork Empire, which is like a sim town construction type of game, and you basically have like a steampunk empire, and you go to a place where there's fish people, and basically.
Is there crafting in it?
Oh,
Yeah,
that sounds very Lovecraftian.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
Oh, the idea I have is kind of like actually, to be honest.
Wait. I forgot. I don't know much about Call of Cthulhu, but isn't that like a role-playing game that allows you to wait? Is it one specific time period, or can you alter it to be any time period?
You can technically alter it to be any, but it works best in sort of a Victorian time period.
Yeah. I figured. Well, why would you want it to be anything else? Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Trust me, the story I've got in my head actually would make a really good game, and it kind of makes. I'm thinking some of the stuff I've seen for the Order 1886 would be a good starting point, but I could take it so much further.
Yeah, that game was weird.
I have an uncomfortable or an unhealthy obsession with corsets. and Victorian attire. I remember at one point when I was writing some erotic fiction, I actually learned I actually learned about how all the underwear fits underneath the Victorian dress. So that I knew I knew how all of it was removed.
Oh, that's very important.
Very good.
Excellent research.
Which is more than most Victorian men did, isn't it?
Well, actually,
they were too busy oppressing women, don't you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, oppressing women and fighting wars.
Most Victorian men would have to learn, and if they were very experienced, they would know how all of it came off. And it comes off in layers, of course. So first there's the dress, and then there's, I think, the underdress, and then underneath that is, I think, gosh, I'm trying to remember. It was the bottom.
Let's put it this way: guys really had to work for it.
I thought everyone kept their clothes on in old times back then.
No. Wait. I think it's better if I describe it this way. If I describe from what first goes on over the naked flesh. First, there's a chemise, and then there's underneath that is usually pantaloons, which actually have a gaping hole in the middle, so that you can use the bathroom without having to take off the entire dress. So then over that is the corset, and then over that is either, I think, another layer, or you have the crinoline cage or the petticoats, and then over that is the first dress layer, and then over that is the dress. So, which is
I'm not interested in her.
There's lace in the back, and then there might be a bodice underneath the dress if it was a little bit.
Bodice.
Bodice.
I like to say bodice.
Hoodie!
A bodice. A bodice barachi.
Yeah, well, I like saying.
That's how you undress a Victorian lady. You unlace your dress in the back, and
you
then
tell her to take off her clothes.
Well, actually, technically, if you wanted a quickie, all you would have to do is just unlace the back of her dress, so you could just sort of feel her through the corset and just get her through her pantaloons, which there's a gaping fucking hole in there.
Again, please.
There is a gaping. Okay, there is a gaping hole, a gaping opening in her underwear, where you can actually have sex.
It's the underwear, or is it somewhere else?
Well, okay, basically.
No, this is gross.
They're sort of a pant. They're sort of like pants.
Just find pictures.
Ah, God damn it! Well, they're not going to show the hole because usually they button that close when they're not using the bathroom. But it's yeah, and to up that, I think there's also. Jeez, I'm trying to remember where they put the pockets. Fuck.
Christ!
Don't ask.
Well,
this has nothing to do with Gamergate.
Yeah, I know.
Or does it?
Or does it?
It does have to do with Gamergate when we create a Victorian dating sim.
Yeah. Why is that not real?
Can't forget the tentacles.
Oh, come on! You can't forget the tentacles.
Wait. That would be awesome if it was like a Call of Cthulhu, like style, like.
And all you find are massive tentacles. Forget about vaginas.
No. Forget about that. Basically, there's a whole bunch of girls that you're involved with. That you have the option of dating, but in the universe, in the backstory, there's like all this other Cthulhu kind of shit happening in the background, and if you choose the wrong girl,
you're on a date and there's like people's heads exploding with tentacles coming out.
So, like,
for no reason, it's just random.
And you're like, oh no, I've got to figure things out.
I know the tentacles are out. Let's move on.
If you pick the right girl, she's yeah,
it's raining blood again. Let's go inside, love.
Well, one girl will be a trap, and she will actually have a tentacle fish vagina. She's a half fish person who can just pass.
Oh my word! This is
getting a little weird.
Let's do it.
I think it should be like totally normal Victorian stuff, and you and the person you're dating or whatever, it's totally normal. It's just horrible things going on in the background.
Yeah, exactly. Horrible stuff is happening.
You have to move where you are because there's like blood raining down, and people are like speaking weird languages, and it's like, this is not romantic at all.
Is it not?
Well, I don't know. Are you part of the cult? Because if you are, that would be very romantic.
I don't have my hoodie yet, so no.
Like a subplot is you have to figure out which woman that you've tried dating is actually part of the cult who wants to kill you.
Okay, I have to ask you a question here. Is there anybody on this panel who is not ADHD or autistic? I have to ask this question because I'm thinking this is why we're all.
To be honest, I'm only mildly
and I have autistic.
I'm not. Because I'm ADD. I'm ADD.
My sister tried to convince me that I was ADHD once, but my parents sort of found out and scolded her for it.
Does that count?
I'm bipolar as well.
Oh, I think. Do we all have weird issues that have us go off on these tangents, or are we just really?
Everyone has weird issues.
I'm psychotic.
I think we're all just hyper. We're all just hyper, and I haven't even had coffee today. This is so weird.
I've been drinking all afternoon, so I've got all this energy from somewhere.
Oh wait, was it your tea?
Hmm?
Is it from your tea, Ian?
Tea?
Your tea?
Do you drink your tea with your friends? Do you put the lotion in the tea?
A cup of tea. Would you like stones with that?
Would you like the hose again?
Oh my.
Put the lotion in the basket or it gets the hose again. We are not amused by you not putting the lotion in the basket.
Has anyone ever tried doing a Google Hangout where they like do it as an audio drama?
I don't know. That could be fun.
Like an off the cuff audio drama where you don't have any plan except for like a basic storyline.
That would be awesome.
Oh, we'd need to be actors though to do that.
No.
We could have fun without it.
Actors would make it less fun.
I'll tell you what, sir. All I know is that all the video games biz is crazy, crazy stuff.
Wow. Apparently, Twitter is teaming up with WAM to.
Wait. WAM, what is that?
Women, Action, and the Media.
Oh, no.
Oh, is that good or bad?
Bad.
Oh,
I guess I'll link you guys the article so you can.
So, what's this going to be? Janet's 50th suspension?
Also,
that's Janet Broomfield. She keeps getting back.
Yeah. Janet Bloomfield keeps getting banned.
I posted the article just there. It's worrying. We might have to find another place for Gamergate to hang out.
Well, Twitter hasn't really done us a lot of favors, has it? I mean.
Well, they know that
you can just argue on it.
We know that we're actually reporting people who are actually being abusive.
Oh, yeah, they're finding most of the people who are abusive are anti-Gamergate.
I think our anti-harassment patrol is what's the word? I think it's a bit of a liability, and I'll go back to Sun Tzu on this one. One of his laws is that you never hobble the army, and by that he means you never put the army in a position of them being attacked, but they're not allowed to fight back. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if we've got our lot going around telling our people to be careful what they say, saying you can't say this, you can't say that, it encourages us to say, oh well, fuck you, fuck Gamergate then, and then I don't care anymore. And I've seen a lot of that happen. I've felt that way a lot myself, especially when I'm in groups like Gamergate 2014, and they're saying, oh, you can't put any pictures of literally woo up, you can't say this, you can't say that. And I'm like, well, actually, I can say what I fucking like, because I've been in Gamergate since the damn beginning, and you haven't, and I know what's going on, and I know what this is about, and you don't. You can't say this is just about the journalism; it's about the politics as well.
A lot of us have, since it was Five Guys, Burgers and Fries, or no, Burgers and Lies. That was the hashtag. It was Five Guys, Burgers and Lies, or the Quinspiracy.
I was watching Monday Matt's videos, and suddenly in my feed came out Hell Had No Fury as a Lover Scorn, which was the original Queen video, and I remember that video, and I remember how we speculated what the industry was going to do, and we thought that they were just going to fire the people, and that's it, but it never happened. The video got banned by the Queen herself.
Yeah, she tried to censor this. She tried to censor the video. And then it exploded because of the fucking Streisand effect. Yep. You can't put a stopper in this. You can't shut it down. It's not going to work.
You can't stop the Gamergate train. There's no brakes on the Gamergate train.
Yeah,
the internet doesn't like when you tell it you can't talk about something.
Yeah. What do you think about blue elephants?
Here's an interesting thing, though. If you ban it on Twitter, holy shit! If they thought that it was problematic before, do you know what'll happen next? They will find other places to go. They will create chat rooms specifically for this if they haven't already. They probably have. But
when was the last time Twitter banned something without the government of a certain country saying, "Don't let people do this"?
Yeah. So the moment you do this, you drive it underground, and then guess who's going to pop in even more and get involved even further? Then you're going to have
Anonymous.
Yes, more of the Anon folks kept coming.
But they're not going to be going with the social justice warriors. They will be going against them.
Yep.
Well, already, like apparently Anonymous, though, you can't really tell because who the hell actually?
I can tell you some things right now. From what we understand, a lot of Anonymous is totally on our side. Okay, others, there are some other folks who are, I would call pseudo-anons, and I would call them that because they are the folks that got involved in Anonymous for social justice things. They got involved for things like Occupy Wall Street and crap like that. They are the pro-SJW side of 4chan. And that's
the assholes that ruined it.
Yeah, they are going to be, those are the anti-Gamergate folks, yeah. They are not on our side. A lot of them are involved in the third-party, or what you would consider to be third-party hacking groups that are DDoSing and trolling and causing mass chaos because they're trying to fuck everything up. But we do know that there are some people who might even be prominent figures. And I've suspected this for a very long time, that what happened when you had these, I guess, what I had originally thought were feminist hacking groups or something. What really makes sense is that some of the people, some of the guys, or some of the people who were previously in tech who got involved in things like Occupy and stuff like that and became Anon or considered themselves that, got involved with a lot of these hacking groups for some raids, and then they just stuck around, and then they became inactive. And and then the moment this crap happens, they're like, hey, guess what? I have some shit that you can start.
Yeah.
You know what's
crazy.
going to happen now? I don't think Twitter, obviously Twitter can't block a hashtag, so they can't block Gamergate. But what they can do is start going after the people who actually are harassing. True harassment. which means what will happen is all the third-party assholes will get removed from Gamergate, and it'll be all about the ethics at that point, and they can't deny it.
Yep.
So in effect,
will they just blame us
destroy
for
their
third-party
narrative.
trolls?
I'm
Will they
actually
just find some way to associate it to us?
You know, well, they can try, but, you know, Wu showed how, you know, abysmal that can end up.
True.
I'm just awaiting the party van that's going to show up to some of these fucking people's houses the moment that people start looking at their books and the way they do their finances and some of the really corrupt things that they've been doing. What is it? What is that German word that you use for taking Schadenfreude?
Shittenfried.
Yeah.
That's the easier way.
Deriving pleasure. Basically, you're deriving pleasure from the agony of others. Usually, that doesn't happen to me. But these people are just so horrible. They're so corrupt, and they've hurt so many people, and they have no empathy whatsoever. That I get a little bit excited thinking about the party van showing up to their houses. They can get their asses.
I just really wish somebody would get arrested. Just one person.
There will be. There will be.
I don't think there will be one person arrested. I think it'll be a whole group of people arrested.
Well, yeah, somebody. I just want somebody to get arrested.
At that point, it'll be really hilarious if it's all social justice warriors, and then Twitter tries to go, oh, well, we're going to ban the people who are causing problems. And then they all look at the social justice warriors and go, well, you know what?
If Oliver Campbell can be, if he's correct, if his informant, if his informant is correct, then it's true that some of these people actually did take some of their threats. We don't know which people.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious somebody did.
We don't know which ones they were. Oh, I'm really hoping it's Anita.
It's probably
not Anita. It's probably Tasha who did it to Anita.
No, it's probably Brianna, if anyone.
Well,
Yeah,
it's probably all of
right.
them secretly. They don't even realize they did it to themselves.
I think it's going to be Wu and Sarkeesian because the style of the threat tweets they received were quite similar.
Yes.
How they received them, like in these short, quick batches.
Yeah.
And then it totally disappears. They both had that same pattern. So I'm expecting it will be those two, which will be perfect because that sends it two ways instead of just one way. If it was Quinn and Sarkeesian, then that would just go back to Silverlight Media and Mayor Kramer and that kind of thing because they know each other.
It was a Silverstream. Silverstream is the.
Silverstream, yeah.
Silverstream.
Yeah. But if it's Wu and Sarkeesian, Wu has a connection back to Quinn, and Sarkeesian was in Silverstream Media with Quinn, so that means all three of them are tied together.
This really comes back to PR and how what they're doing is it's moved from just being okay, you're promoting a person or a company. It's gotten to the point where these people are incredibly powerful now. These people know everybody, and if they don't like you, they can fuck your life.
Yeah.
Well,
Gamergate doesn't.
It's not like they can do anything to it.
But what I'm saying is that you see the prominent people, the people who you're seeing to be the most corrupt and most obviously corrupt. These are PR people, or they're involved with these PR companies where they say that they're making connections.
Is that what they call it these days?
Yeah. They basically they're just people with their fingers in every cookie jar. They're all over the place. It's like
who puts their finger in a cookie jar? They put their whole hand in.
I put my whole face in. Goddammit!
The whole tentacle.
They put their whole butt in the cookie jar.
They might as well just like.
No, I'm not looking for those kind of logs.
They might as well just spit in the cookie jar so that nobody else touches it. They're like, no, you're not.
Some people would still eat it if there was spit on it.
You put the lotion in the cookie jar.
They vomited in the cookie jar.
Why would you say that? See, there's a big difference between vomit and spit.
All sorts. Well, we're already creating all sorts of lovely imagery here. So.
Yes, I think it's time for a Nanaimo bar.
A what bar?
Nanaimo.
Wait. A Nanaimo bar?
Nanaimo.
Nanaimo bar?
Nanaimo. Oh yeah, I know what those talk. Yeah, I think they call them Nanaimo bars over here instead because we don't know how to pronounce.
They are delicious. A Nanaimo bar. Okay, the base of a Nanaimo bar is chocolate, graham crackers, and coconut. The center is kind of almost like an icing, but it's a custard-based icing, and then the top is a layer of chocolate.
Oh my god! I've seen a variation on that where I think the center is actually sort of a peanut butter variation.
You can do that too. Yeah, peanut butter and Nanaimo bars.
Oh my god! Well, I couldn't do it with the coconut though because I've never cared for coconut. Probably because I grew up by the beach, and so coconut reminds me of sweaty ass.
This is starting to remind me of food erotica.
There you go. Take a look at the pictures.
Oh, like sweaty asses and coconut? Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's getting a little strange.
Well, the reason why is because I have coconut.
Oh,
in so
that
many
bar
other
is Canadian.
Yep, it is. It's
how dare it?
It's coconut smelling something lotion.
Put the lotion in the coconut basket.
Yes, indeed, go in the basket. Where else would the lotion go?
Go in your butt.
Well, only when it's stored.
I know, I'm gonna use that as lubricant. No.
It rubs the
Hey,
lotion.
you ask, you get it.
Why else it gets so good?
Rachel, do we need to start singing?
Yeah, well, no, but we'll scare everybody away if we do that.
Or we'll get new
actually,
fans.
No, because everyone knows the internet's for porn.
Yeah, wait, how did that
That's for
fall?
making friends with porn.
What's Dyson? Wait, what's Dyson? Because Dyson just pulled out of Gawker.
It's a vacuum company, isn't it?
Big one, too.
Ooh.
Why would they be advertising on Gawker?
Apparently, they were advertising.
A lot of
No,
house.
Gawker is a lot more general. Gawker is the.
I know, but
so
No,
I mean,
they were advertising on Gawker because they wanted a website to advertise on that also sucked.
yeah, I was gonna try to say that, but I wasn't thinking straight.
Well, Gawker, their kind of stuff, it really appeals to a lot of bored kind of housewife types. They're like, ooh,
Yeah,
here's
that's
the
actually
offer and stuff like that. So of course they're going to be like, okay, here, do you want to buy a really nice vacuum cleaner?
Actually,
That will suck just like our website. It'll remind you of Gawker because it sucks. Suck.
but they suck really well. So I mean,
Gawker doesn't suck very good. They suck badly.
yeah.
Awesome. Not sucking.
Let's start rating websites by how much they suck and if they suck good.
I don't know. Wait, what are the other corrupt journalistic websites that have been involved with this?
Jezebel is a fucking cartoon.
Well, Jezebel is part of Gawker Media. So.
Yeah.
Well, outside of Gawker, I'm not quite sure.
Rock, paper, shotgun, Polygon.
Ionine.
Vice is a piece of shit.
in there.
Vice.
Wasn't Fleshbot part of Gawker and then it separated?
What?
Fleshbot was a porn site.
I don't think so. They're very anti-porn. I wouldn't think
That's
so.
why it got separated because feminists came into Gawker and told them not to do it.
Yeah,
it was part of Gawker Media.
all I know is I kind of want to find whoever posted a bunch of porn or discovered that you could post a whole bunch of porn in the Gawker, the Jezebel forums and then not get in trouble by using the anonymous feature. I want to shake that person's hand because they are fucking brilliant.
I think they were also posting gore and stuff though too. So I don't think that's that brilliant.
Well, no, not that, but it's the fact that
Jezebel's always.
But what I'm saying, I'm saying it's a loophole. What I'm saying is that
they were stupid.
Basically, because they wanted to offer the ability for people who had jobs or something that could be compromised with something they would say.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to have that anonymous function. and because of that, they made it impossible to ban that person who was posting all the pornography. And
Was
then
it only one person?
I don't know. They freaked out. They're like, oh my gosh, they're posting porn gifs in the forum. Oh my
Sex
god.
negative. Sex negative.
Make it stop. Make it stop. They're raping us.
And they really were.
Oh god.
Well, I can't agree with yeah. I mean, I don't.
Jezebel
I have to
was that
offer
same-
Jezebel.
It was that same place that said that they were okay with beating your boyfriend.
Yeah, I hated it so
Jezebel's
much.
terrible.
It's so stupid. It's just dumb.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can't really condone what they did, but I thought it was pretty fucking hilarious.
Well, and then they got people got upset with Paul
And
Elam's
when I say hilarious, I'm not talking about Jezebel being hilarious. I'm talking about the people who posted porn on in front of sex negative feminists who just
Nice.
Well, and then someone complained. Did someone complain about Paul Elam?
Yeah,
Again?
in response to the beating of the boyfriend article or blog crap, he wrote something I thought where he was basically turning around on them.
Yeah,
but they got upset with it and acted like, oh, how dare he, when they were. It was a response to them.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it was the if you hit me, then we should hit you back. So it's Bash a Violent Bitch Month.
Yeah, and it was satire.
Well, not only that, it was a response of if you hit me, don't expect me to not hit back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't mean any of that though. It was really dark
satire.
gallows kind of humor.
Yeah.
I mean,
And Matt Bender was all over that. It was,
oh, Matt Bender's
He's horrible.
Oh my god.
He was scared of debating with any of the honey badgers. Like a woman, I can't debate with a woman.
I might actually
debate
have
with
to
you,
admit I'm
Paul.
wrong.
yeah. Oh gosh, Karen would annihilate him.
I wish Karen had done it. I wish Paul's just like, no, you have to debate this woman. And you'd be like, ah, and then Karen just goes,
Well, the
Bender, shut
offer
up.
is still
Let me talk.
is still on the table for Anita Sarkeesian to accept a debate with Karen Strawn. That's still on the table.
She would have to have Tashi
Summers
with
would be
her.
better.
Yeah, I know. She would have to have.
Tashi would be there with cue cards.
So I do wonder, was Tosh in the audience of the Colbert Report, or was
No,
that?
that's why she got tripped up though, because did you see that she basically said some very, very cookie cutter feminist shit, which was, do you believe in women's rights? And you're a feminist. It was very, very cookie cutter stuff.
There was like articles afterwards. It's like, oh, Anita Sarkeesian shows that Colbert is a feminist. Whoa, amazing! It's like,
well, we are in Colbert.
Definition every freaking human being on the planet is.
Yeah, I know. Because everybody, I mean, there are a few people who actually oppose women's rights. I would not say that there are a lot of those individuals, and if they are out there, they will pretty much be dying with the baby boomer generation.
if they do though oppose women's rights, they would also most likely oppose men's rights too.
Yeah.
Well, they're traditionalists, aren't they? They like men's rights, and they want to go back to their sort of husband being the head of the household.
But then a husband has to be the head of the household, so he doesn't have a right to be the head of the household. So it just gets really complicated.
But the interesting thing is that what a lot of these feminists, especially the anti-Gamergate feminists, what they end up doing is they have this mindset like, guys, men have to protect women because we can't do it alone. So what they're asking for is actually traditionalism and patriarchy, that back to that sort of Victorian mentality where a man can't approach a woman, otherwise he will somehow harm her.
One of the stupidest things
delicate sensibilities.
One of the stupidest things I've ever seen a feminist say was, don't teach women self-defense, teach men not to rape.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
What about teaching men not to murder women?
Yeah.
It's like leaving the whole issue of being able to protect yourself in general.
Why why don't we teach people not to murder? We do. We say don't go around killing people.
In fact, if you do murder, you can get a nice visit from the nice policeman who will not be so nice to you.
They'll bring the party van, and you will be in jail.
Do you hear about that news that says stop sending women to jail for anything?
Yes.
Wasn't that on the Huffington Post?
Yeah.
Which Huffington Post is another one of those which, if we could, I would love to target their advertisers.
No,
They're a joke.
I'll tell you why not. Because the Huffington Post is more balanced than the Gawker organisation.
But they post a lot of clickbait.
Well, Gawker is more about gossip, okay? They are purely ideologically driven, whereas Huffington Post is your average slanted, left-leaning press outlet. It pulls the party line. It's gonna continue to toe it, and you're gonna see similarities between it and MSNBC and a lot of these other left-leaning. This is what we're talking about here in terms of media bias. It happens on both sides. It happens on the right, happens on the left, on both sides of the press. It's
right. Yeah.
The problem is that there aren't any places where it is genuinely balanced.
But one interesting thing is Andrew Breitbart, who created Breitbart.com, he helped launch Huffington Post.
Really?
And then after he realized, oh, this is too left-wing and bizarre, he created Breitbart.com and gave a voice to the other side.
Wow.
And then he died. It was very sad.
See, I'm surprised that Huffington Post went after Sue.
Went after what?
When
Sue Park?
Yeah, the Asian lady who decided to get offended for everyone.
Who told Wegman that they're
I'm surprised that they actually did stand up to her. So when she was being genuinely sexist and racist, they called her on it.
Which that's been happening more often. I think it's at least a good sign to see to see like the Mia Hamm incident where these publications were actually like, no, she should be kicked too. If we have to kick that guy for beating his girlfriend, we have to kick her for beating her sisters.
The soccer player?
Yeah, the soccer player.
Well, it wasn't his sisters. I thought it was like her nephew or something too.
Yeah.
But he wanted it because he's a guy. Guys love getting beat.
I know I wanted to be abused.
That's so terrible but hilarious.
Guys, things are getting so dark here. We might trigger somebody. We might trigger somebody.
What triggers that trigger people?
Hey, you guys. What about the Guardian? What about the Guardian?
Oh God, the Guardian is notoriously left.
I'm sorry, but as long as Jessica Valenti works there, the Guardian will never be safe.
Yeah.
Most major online news sites are left wing.
Yeah, I'm saying they're not just left wing; they're extreme left wing. It's ridiculous. When we're talking about these people, they're crazy.
Did you see the interview with the from England where the gentleman went on and there was a writer from the Guardian there and she was pro-feminist and she was just insane. He crushed that bitch.
They're all crazy, and that's the thing though. I have no problems with the idea of a left-leaning publication, but everything is not traditional being traditional liberals. It's really far left, like to the point where it's just crazy. It's just insanity. These people are not. They're not trying to report the events as they are. They're trying to do this with their point of view, with their personal idea of how things are, instead of
again, sort of going back to the idea of the intellectual sort of finding evidence to fit the mold. This is sort of the same thing. They're trying to find evidence. Yeah.
Well, the thing with freedom of expression is that you can do it as long as it doesn't go too far and it hurts someone.
Yeah, but the problem is now they're saying that they're hurt by your opinion.
Right, which
it really depends because some people get like offended of pretty much everything today.
Exactly. and that's the problem. That's how they're using it.
It's one thing to be offended, it's another thing to make a big deal about being offended.
Well, the problem with all this is this. When you have such a corrupt publication and it has a very specific audience, own ideas, they have their own agendas, what can easily happen is you can get a lot of misinformation and you leave the public very uninformed about a lot of important things that are happening. That's why you could probably find better information on the BBC than even American news, because our American news is just so sensationalized. They play up everything for ratings instead of being responsible and saying this isn't right. If we do this, we're distracting people from what's really important. They don't care. And a perfect documentary to see what I'm talking about is, it's called, and I've suggested this before to a lot of people, it's called The War You Don't See. And The War You Don't See talks about how people often, especially government, has a tendency to use the press to manipulate the idea of what's really taking place, especially in warfare. Yeah. So when there are a lot of casualties, civilian casualties, you're not paying attention to that because you're focusing on something stupid like whatever it is the Kardashians are doing right now, or just.
That's really important, though. We need to know what they're up to so that we know where to go to avoid them.
And that's the thing. You can't hold a government accountable for something you don't know that they're doing.
But yeah, I find it really stupid how they don't talk about it.
If they don't tell you. Yeah.
Well, if you just assume they're doing everything wrong, then you can hold them accountable.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I'm going to sleep.
That's the advantage.
Good night.
Sorry, I have to go because it's like 2 in the morning and I'm sleeping.
Night, Samantha.
Okay. Thank you so much for doing this, Samantha.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very happy
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Jesus loves you.
Otter Jesus loves everybody, I thought.
Well, there are certain people.
We love you, Otter Jesus.
I'm actually going to have to go in like 8 minutes because Grimm is on.
Oh, okay.
And I have to watch it with my mom.
That is a good show.
I love it because I consider Portland kind of my hometown, even though I don't live there, and I never have, but that's where my family would go when we would come back from the Philippines.
I'm trying to get the TFI to start talking about it because I like that show.
Oh, well, I still need to watch it. Is it any good?
It starts out not so great, but it starts to become more serialized and it becomes a lot better. But it's still entertaining. It's kind of like Buffy, but with a guy, and
cool.
It's filmed in Portland, so it looks nice.
Ooh, I love that. I've seen a lot of the scenery around that area, and that looks nice. Pictures of it. I would love to visit. To be honest, I would love to visit that area, like Washington and Oregon and stuff.
Well, if you ever visit Portland, let me know, and then we can hang out because I can go up there and see ya.
Cool.
But yeah, it's a good show, and it was actually written or co-created by one of the guys not Joss Whedon, but the other guy, David Greenwalt, who did Angel.
Ooh.
So it has a good pedigree of writing stable stuff, whatever.
Nice.
Yes, we need to start talking about it on the show, Rachel.
Okay. I will have to go binge watch that.
Yeah, it's all on Amazon.
Catch up on.
Yeah, I'm already watching like Korra. Like I'm watching Legend.
Oh, I gotta catch up on that too.
I'm watching Gotham now. I still need to finish Parks and Recreation. I'm way behind. That I need to.
Constantine's pretty good.
Huh? What was that?
The pilot for Constantine was terrible.
Yeah, but the second one turned out a lot better.
Yeah, it was, and I'm probably gonna watch that after Grimm.
I'm watching Bee and Puppy Cat because now that's returned. That's very short, so that's.
Yeah. Like they had a huge thing. Like they even had like the Game Grumps on for their like streaming of the action. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a 24-hour stream. I'm like, this is ridiculous. The hype better be worth it. And yeah, they upped the production value. It's so nice. I want it to be an entire series. Yes, I want it to. Yeah, Predator Studios, Cartoon Hangover. Yeah. Guys, go watch.
I watched all of Bravest Warriors.
Oh yes, I love that.
I love what is it? The little bug cat thing.
Cat bug.
Cat bug. He's adorable.
It's like throw a blanket over it, build a little fence around it.
Hi, I'm Catbug. What's your name?
Yeah, I know.
I showed my mom the first part where he says his name, and I'm like, Mom, you're gonna love this. And she comes over and I show it to her, and she's like, that was weird. I'm like, oh, Mom.
Hey, it's Catbug. What's yours? It's so cute.
And as a little boy, does the voice, which is
yes, I know, it's so cute. Oh my gosh, it's so adorable.
Which they really do. They use him a lot for promotion. Like the have an entire series where they just basically interview him every week.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just watched the episodes, and that's about it. I don't like hanging around on YouTube a lot. I don't know why.
Well, what is it? Is it the people? Is it
the fact that the streaming aspect? Because, unlike Netflix, if you stop something, you can, like with Netflix, if you stop a show, you can come back later and watch it from where you stopped. YouTube doesn't really work like that.
It does have on mine though, for some things.
Oh. Well, yeah, sometimes, but it's confusing. I just feel always uncertain. I'm like, oh no, what happens if the internet goes out? Then I'll have to go to the same spot again.
Oh.
I have a horrible life.
No, it's okay, Andrew.
We all have horrible lives.
And other Jesus, don't feel bad. It's okay.
You are our savior.
No. Too much on my shoulders.
You are our savior. You saved me $50 on car insurance.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I just told them I know Utter Jesus, and they're like, "Oh, here you go. Have $50 off."
Have free money.
When you're feeling down, I know it can wash that sad away. All you have to do is put a banana in your ear.
What is that?
Put a ripe banana right
Charlie the Unicorn, I
your
think,
ear.
agree.
It's number 2.
Number 2.
True, so true. Then the skies are bright and clear. Oh, every day of every year, the sun shines bright in this bright blue sphere. Oh, come and put a banana in your ear.
This is terrifying for some reason.
It
feels weird.
When Rachel and I sing about porn.
Yes.
Is that what the Amazing Atheist was listening to, and he mistook what they were saying?
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he thought it was put it in your ear.
Oh,
that would make more sense, actually.
Well, we're sorry. we
don't. In your rear.
Oh, no, guys, that's Amazing Atheist. Okay, he was the one who put a banana in his rear.
Exactly, he missed it.
I'm now surprised that parody hasn't been out yet.
It's too scandalous.
Well, I'll have to write it then.
Make it happen, Internet.
well, the Amazing Atheist already makes crazy things. We don't even have to make fun of him or come up with things or anything like that. He does enough on his own for people to comment on. There's always controversy with him.
He's freaking hilarious.
Why can't he just be why can't he just calm down? Like dude, just do things and then on occasion, make a video or something. Okay? Just calm the fuck down.
He loves the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go.
Okay, see you, Honor Jesus, we love you.
Thank you very much for coming on the stream. This was awesome.
I'd love to come back on. I was just so nervous about doing stream.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you do connect to me through Google Plus, the link is in the description of the video. Yeah.
Just link it in chat too, so we know.
Okay. Yes. I just 1 second.
I will need to find it here somewhere. You can post it again, can't you?
Yeah, I'm copying the link down here.
Cool, because this will be fun. We get to bring in all kinds of new people.
Yeah.
Fresh
Okay,
meat.
I gotta go. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Honor Jesus loves you.
Bye, Honor Jesus.
Love you, too.
Going back to Auto Heaven.
Yeah, sure.
La 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 la.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Oh, we miss him. Miss him already. It already feels
Don't
a little
worry.
bit empty without Otter Jesus. Ah!
Who's
Take a
taking
photo.
pictures?
I think that was Skull.
Oh god, sure. Like Skull can
Caught you
take
off
a
guard.
picture of us.
How do you do that?
You go to capture. It's through the capture.
Oh, right there, okay.
So nobody show their tits.
Hmm?
I have great tits.
I'm still growing mine.
Yeah, I still have to work on it.
Back there.
They're still a few years out.
Because like I couldn't show mine even if I wanted to, because like my webcam doesn't work on this computer, so I need to go buy another one, and I've been putting it off. So I might just say fuck it and just walk to the store, like all the way to Walmart tomorrow, because I'm so tired of it. I'm saying just get myself a decent webcam for maybe like $40 or something.
Obsessed.
Huh?
Who's Mayan calendar?
Huh?
What?
Mayan calendars. What about Mayan calendars?
Someone joined.
Oh hi! Oh hi! Yeah.
It's Duncan's back.
Yeah.
Duncan's back. Yay, Duncan!
Hi.
Dunkin' Donuts?
I'm in Cutters. I'm in Cutters right now. I'm playing Counter-Strike Go.
Oh, good God.
I'm playing Destiny.
Nice.
How is
You're a
it?
scrub.
How do you like Destiny? I've heard terrible things about it.
I actually did a review on it on 20 ounce. I actually like the game.
All right.
Yeah. How long is it for?
Wait. Robert, do I have you in my? Oh wait, never mind. I see the follow button now. Never mind.
Oh my God.
You might have to follow my Stoll review because it's through a separate. It's through
Well,
a
that's what I'm following. That's what I'm following. I'm gonna be like.
Oh, dude, am I playing tournament? Oh, damn.
You are now.
Welcome to the social tournament.
No pictures.
I'm sorry.
Bye, I'm feeling very sexy.
I hardly play video games.
I just looked at these pictures. They're just pictures of the screen.
I don't know what to do, so I'm gonna keep with my pistol.
Oh God! Oh God!
I did it too.
Stop!
I have proof of aliens.
Yes, you do. You have proof of aliens. Unfortunately, we will probe your mind and take it from you. And that's all we will probe.
I'm so bad at video games.
Really?
What are you doing here, Duncan? Oh my God! Just kidding.
Okay, I'm not used to computers.
I'm just kidding. Well, well, what about computer games? You play any of those? I play computer games.
I play console games 'cause I'm not a scrub.
Oh.
Oh, shots
fired.
Yeah, we're not part of the PC master race.
See, this is the great thing about Gamergate. It used to yesterday it was PC master race versus console peasants, and now it's like that's a thing of the past all of a sudden.
Yeah, nobody cares about that anymore.
No one likes you dirty PC elitists.
Why would you say that?
You do realize, of course, that PC elitists are just using glorified Xboxes.
Do you realize?
Bite your tongue.
Hey, we
I
have
don't know which way is up and I don't know which way is down. Right now, it's too much smoke.
Well, wait, I would say that people who are oh Jesus Christ, the people who are playing on Xboxes are playing on glorified PCs.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Play this in the room.
Xbox?
Yeah, but at least
Xboxes are great.
PCs. Oh.
Well, more like they're basically like actually they're more like they're lesser PCs. They don't really work as
Yeah,
a
but at least at least they actually do their work instead of crashing every 10 minutes.
Are we talking about the PlayStation?
No, we're talking about anything with Windows. Microsoft.
Windows, yeah.
Yeah, but don't
Windows is trash.
Yeah, but don't you use a Mac, Nefenor?
Yeah, it actually works.
Macs are trash. Macs are worse than PCs.
Guys, we don't want to get too controversial here.
Don't we all know the PlayStation 1 is so much better?
Yeah, it's a good machine.
It is?
Yeah, it's
great.
Come on, get on. Rub!
You guys are so funny, you know that?
They're all scrubs.
So wait, I'll tell you what. I was just looking down my wall and at my newsfeed and that kind of thing, and I'm looking in Gamergate and Not Your Shield, the group, Queenie's group, and somebody's posted something, a chap called Jacob Laurie, it says, opinions on Gamergate Ultra FB page, which is me. And so I've added a comment saying, it's rubbish, it's run by a madman.
I'm going to call you all. Cutter says all of you are paid shills, and we would dupe them to this meeting.
Yeah.
We are paid shills. I actually paid for myself.
Well,
you pay for yourself.
Where's the fedora?
Well, if it's any credit to the Gamergate Ultra group, it's actually how this stream was born. So,
Well,
yeah,
exactly.
at least.
Oh my god.
Basically, I wouldn't have made that group if Gamergate 2014 wasn't so full of shills like this chap.
Okay, Nefenor, you're a misogynist.
No, actually, I'm a misanthrope. I hate everybody.
Yeah, that's the best way to be.
I am
I
not
got it
biased.
wrong.
I hate everyone equally.
You hate everyone Nice.
Yeah. Well,
All
that's a good way to
humanity.
be.
Fuck y'all.
I'm fully American. Brits don't get along with me.
That's okay. I don't get along with anyone.
Nice. Very nice. I'm saying your Cutter's on a console and he looks like a lost puppy.
Oh god.
What am I doing?
I don't know what you're doing. What are you doing? What are you not doing?
Who are you? What are you doing in my room? Get out of my head!
Headmate!
Hey, stop triggering me! Headmate is a trigger word?
Headmate is a trigger word?
Trigger is a trigger word. You're triggering me!
Yeah, you know, my parents were killed by guns, so
How did I get this Jamal? What is with all these guns?
Oh
Chainsaws trigger me. I can't watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre again.
Oh, me either.
You guys are so
I watch it 5 times a day before I get triggered.
Yeah.
I've
I
only
can't
ever
watch it because I got ripped off for a second-hand chainsaw back in 1987.
How do I go backwards? There it is. I got a deagle. I am set for about 3 minutes until I get killed.
A deagle?
You're gonna go out and murder and virtual murder. You know, I heard I heard it's becoming more popular than virtual rape.
Oh god, virtual rape.
Oh, it's all ridiculous, isn't
Dude, I feel like Batman. They'll never find me.
Wait. What are you guys playing right now?
Smash Brothers.
Oh. Wait, together? How?
No, I'm playing it by myself.
Oh, okay, by yourself against the computer.
Yeah.
Ian's a shill. I don't believe you. Come play Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah.
What is Ian playing?
I'm playing Stronghold Kingdoms online.
And I would be playing something if my computer wasn't so weak.
I'm playing Counter-Strike Go and I suck. Like,
there's no way.
Deagle, there's your first problem.
There's no way that I can possibly run.
Who am I? Oh,
I'm going for Moss, guys. I'm going for gold, which is a slightly muddy brown, but I'm gonna get it.
I'm trying to download the apparently Humble Bundle's releasing Metro 2030 30 on, or Metro 33 on for free.
Me. With the deagle. You piece of shit.
She wants the deagle.
Oh God.
The deagle. The curse words are flowing. I am in the mood. Give her the deagle.
Oh shit.
Oh!
I got that in stereo.
I feel like I'm
I swear, you're gonna give people like fucking
Okay, wait. First words the flow.
Yeah, seizures. Seizures is the word I'm looking for.
That's why I don't have that window active.
Everywhere we go, people. 404 shots not fired. Oh my God.
Oh God, Jesus, you're gonna stop taking the pictures.
It's not me, I promise.
Take the wheel. I don't know how to drive.
Oh,
Come on, Rachel. Jesus already left.
Tell them we are gamers.
Oh my gosh, no Berettas, guys. Ongoing MLG show.
Rachel, we need to sit down sometime so you can help me with the last few verses of the day that 4chan died.
Yes.
Oh
maybe.
yeah.
Yes.
Been released.
And also, actually, I also have a suggestion if you're involved in the whole V the musical.
No, I'm not, but I'm
I'd love to do it.
You guys listen to Ace Sings? It's trash.
Oh
They
God.
are such weeaboos. It's amazing.
See, the thing is, I'm not as much on V, so I don't feel like I can really, capture the, the essence of V. But if we were doing like Gamergate the musical, that would be a different story. Like
I want to get good.
I was working on like, do you want to build a straw man?
Yeah.
I wonder if you can.
What was it? Do you want to go and shitpost?
Anymore.
Build a shitpost. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, do you want to? That's a song. It's been done. It's a fucking.
You used to look at Sonys, but now you don't. Why won't you tell me why? Are you gonna build a straw man? Doesn't have to be a good one. Fuck you, hetero shitlord. Okay,
Alright, shitlord is a triggering word. You gotta stop your fucking shenanigans.
Well, actually, she was using the other shitlord, which is 2 words, so it's not a trigger word.
No, it's still a trigger word.
No, that's
extremely triggered.
Well, you can't culturally appropriate. That's
shitlord is a white culture, and if you're not white, you're not allowed to use the word.
Yeah, exactly.
We're culturally appropriating this from Simon Lane from the Yogscast. He's always saying, "See you later, shitlords." I think he's popularised it, really.
Yogscast? I like Yog.
Oh, I love the Yog.
No, I mean Yogsatha.
Dude, the M4A1 is beast.
Yeah, he doesn't podcast much, really, does he?
Oh.
He's got eyes, isn't it, rather than mouth? Oh, and mouths. He's got mouths, yeah. He could probably do Be the musical himself.
Lord. He doesn't have to be white.
Oh no.
But it would help.
It will help.
Well, what are those songs that are left?
Better than a black shitlord.
The sad thing is, though, that V the musical, and I think a couple of the other things are really missing a lot of female vocalists, and I would totally fill in. It's just I don't know. Is there anything?
Going full feminist. We don't need any females.
Well, yeah, they're actually. There are actually some really great male vocalists, and I love when you have some wonderful male vocalists that do everything right. Oh God, it was great. Hearing a lot of the stuff on V the Musical was just so great. Like it was stuff like In There and like Sis Fire, and Friends in the Industry. Those were amazing, and The Resistance.
What was that?
You this day.
Stop raping me!
In your hand, and blessed be the man-children who fight with all their bravery, till only the righteous stand.
Well, yeah, so I mean, so if you guys have any connections to that list, maybe Ian, there's this song from Newsies that it works really well for Gamergate. In fact, most of that.
Next is misogyny. This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of these songs have been in V the Musical, though, and other things.
Yes,
I mean, I can get you
it's like, what's left? What's left is the question of like, what songs are left?
Oh well, I've seen the list. I'll give it to you. I'll get it to you later. There's about 30, 40 different tracks that they're working on. There's enough for 3 or 4 musicals.
Well, I was actually looking at Gamergate the Musical. I think they're doing a couple of those, but I don't know. Last I checked, they were still working on their lyrics, and there's some. The problem is that some of these people don't know how to write lyrics properly, so it's very difficult to sing that.
Yeah, they don't scan them. They don't think to scan it. How will this?
Yeah.
How will this work? You know, there's too many syllables in. They're not syllable counting when they're writing music.
Oh yeah. No.
F2 isn't enough. You got to do more than that. You got to see how it flows when you actually sing it. That's why I usually take the stuff I write and sing it to myself as I'm writing.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, same here.
My God.
What's happened?
All pathetic.
What happened?
How do you talk? V.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
never mind.
All my teammates have gone silent. I'm confused.
I will actually check. I'm gonna check the Gamergate boards on my phone, because that's about as close as I'm gonna get to this, because like whenever I use Google Hangouts, like everything else on my computer gets all meh.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
8chan or 4chan on my phone because I don't want it in my history.
I give it a thought. I mean, I've done nothing illegal, so I'm not gonna get in trouble.
I've wandered across some questionable sites. I'm not willing for it anymore.
The adult diaper world.
It wasn't really adult, but
it's awful.
There's definitely diapers.
Please don't talk about the diaper folks. Oh, jeez.
No, I won't. Okay.
Can't unsee.
Oh God, I don't want to think about those folks.
They deserve to be.
Oh no, you know what's better? When you stumble across a gore thread, best thing ever. Exactly what I want my internet provider to see.
Yeah.
Well, the day that internet providers start saying, "Oh, you have that kind of link," no, we can't have that.
Oh, but they're just riding roughshod over the free speech laws of the world and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And what's worse is it seems to be America deciding
use
for
the
the rest of the
shotgun.
world. What? Why do you keep shouting over everyone? What? Sorry.
I forgot my mic is on.
That's okay. Oh dear. I'm a bit tired, I think.
Yeah, this has been going. Yeah, this has been going. For how many hours now?
Not
I have
enough.
no idea. I have no idea.
This train don't stop, you know.
No. Well,
we should probably end it on a good note, because if we get to the weird noise, crazy noise making, that is where we don't want to go.
Yeah, that's like the Godwin's law of podcasting. Once people start singing and making noises, the evening kind of over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the fun point.
Who can make the best noise?
Yeah. Oh, I could get my Cyberman voice changer helmet out.
Yay! You will be assimilated. You.
Basically.
No, that would be Borg.
Yeah. This is
You need an upgrade?
That's what it is.
Oh, you will be upgraded. Oh yes, you will be upgraded. Yes.
He's a bit of a social justice warrior. You will become like us. You will be deleted. You will be upgraded. You will. It's very social justice.
Okay, I'm using a shotgun. If I'm total shit, God rest my soul.
Oh my God! Is this a picture of Jonathan McIntosh in a fucking fedora? Yes, it is.
They all wear fedoras. They're fucking hypocrites. Like Zoe Quinn's porn photos. She uses a fedora.
Okay, I look very stylish in a fedora. Thank you. My neckbeard suits me too. The Dorito crumbs on my fingers and the empty Mountain Dew husks that surround me.
Oh,
why are
what a
you
figure
judging?
of a man.
Mountain Doritos. Sorry.
Doritos.
I don't know that whole song.
Doritos Pope.
Oh
my
little the Doritos Pope.
Okay, time to excel.
Has Dorito Pope been part of Gamergate yet, or is he sort of like, no, I've had my share of controversy?
Oh my god. Finally, it finally happened. Roll 34 between Paulina and Vivian James.
It didn't happen.
Wait, did you just roll 34?
Pixar didn't happen.
Roll 34 is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen on the internet.
No, it's not. It's the most beautiful thing.
It's one of the most
I have seen emo Hitler.
So Hitler then?
I've seen Hitler, like, having sex with Stalin. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I fapped to that.
You obviously go on websites, I fear the tread. Good for you.
I'm not really sure what Paulina is doing. I don't know if she's wearing a strap on it or anything.
Wait, is Paulina the officially the name we're giving the pink and white striped?
Yeah, the daughter of Pole. Yes.
Poor addled girl. I can't imagine growing up with Paul for a father.
Paul was the father? Hey, daughter, let's go learn about those space Jews. Her name's gonna be Ayla Mao, just putting that out there.
Ayla Mao. No, that's what her cat's called, yeah.
Oh, no. It'd probably... The daughter's name would be Cindy. Or let's give her a real Jewish name. Stein. The daughter's name is Stein.
Yes.
No, her name is Paulina, damn it.
Paulina Stein.
Yeah, but that's German, isn't it?
No.
Yeah. She's actually wearing a German maiden outfit, actually. Nazi, I think, maiden outfit.
Okay, I don't agree with Hitler, but you have to say he has snazzy outfits.
Yeah.
I can actually agree with that. They actually did have some rather nice taste.
Hugo Boss designed their clothes, so of course.
And I mean, have you seen those rooms that he offered as showers? Fabulous.
Okay.
5 stars.
Hey guys, God, that's terrible. Okay, that's terrible. Okay.
We're gonna have our own poll moments here in a few minutes.
But that's a good thing, and I will often do that deliberately, and I'll tell you for why. I'd love to take some of the heat off him. Do you know what I mean? I'd love to make it look like every fucking idiot.
Well, we're talking about Pole the Board. We're not talking about the King of Pole, but...
Oh yeah, true. Sorry. I'm a bit...
Sorry about that.
Wait.
Hey, what is that? You go in for hotel reviews.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this is great because there's a picture on 8chan comparing women at slut walks to women who are in video games. Like, pictures of women in video games. So it's what they choose to be empowering versus how they're being depicted in video games and what they're complaining about.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, I loved it that one of the characters that they complained about, I can't remember who it is now, but it was Bayonetta, yeah, and this lady game designer, lady character designer, and you think, yeah, good call, feminism, you didn't check your facts and you shot yourself.
When does feminism ever check its facts?
Yeah, I don't have access. I don't have access to being able to play Bayonetta, but I really want to because I started watching some gameplay. Well, I started watching some gameplay footage, and it was really awesome. I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like it's gonna be so much fun. There's so many So many awesome
yes or
packs.
nothing.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, I
Dead or
couldn't
Alive
play those kinds
meets,
of games personally, but you know, it.
Well, it's a perfect game. It does exactly what I do on my own, which is play ironic music in the background, which is sort of cheery music in the background when I'm like doing those kinds of shoot 'em up games when I just want to fuck everything up. It's like I like playing that stuff, and that's every music that's in the background of Bayonetta.
Yeah.
Rachel,
Is it?
do you force memes? I feel like you force memes really hard.
He forces a lot of things really hard.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
We went there.
Of course we did.
Oh,
I'm very
gosh.
proud.
Well,
You know the jokes with Rachel, you'll understand why.
Yeah. If you're gonna force it, just do it. Just force it in.
Mark Cutter's sitting down there playing Counter-Strike Go, wondering what he's forcing.
Oh my.
Forcing a rather dull game.
You want to fight, Cutter?
Wow, it's only been a weekend and there's already a ton of Polina fan art. This is crazy.
I'm looking this up.
Polina. It sounds like shit. I don't want to see it. And you know what sounds really good right now? That pizza you had earlier.
Yes.
Sounds delicious.
The rest of it is in the fridge.
And you're not... Well, at least you're saving it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I came to Cutter's house and got enchiladas. My night is complete.
Nice one.
I had burritos for dinner.
Burritos?
Oh my god. Do we have a beaner in
Muy
call?
bueno.
Muy bueno. Yo quiero
No, I'm not racist, but I spend way too much time on pole.
There's your first problem.
Well, I'm already half Puerto Rican, so yeah, technically you have a beaner in here.
Okay, this day at school, I'm sitting there in coding class, and I meant to say it very quietly, but I screamed it to the loud, dirty Puerto Ricans.
Why would you say that?
So it had context, but I have forgotten it.
I remember that line. That line is so helpful. There was context, but I forgot about it.
Does anyone program in Java?
Is anyone what now?
Does anyone program in Java?
Oh, no.
I've tried to, but never got past it.
So one of the conventions in Java is beans. One of the classes in the company I work out is the beaner class.
Yeah.
And we have try explaining that to people who are very sensitive. It's like, yeah, you got to go into the beaner class and culturally appropriate them.
Well, no, what you gotta do is try explaining in the nicest words why you're trying to make your mesh white. Now, I don't want a black mesh, it hides all the details. I want a white mesh so I can see the wireframe. And they're like, you're racial.
No, I'm trying to do my fucking job. Now shut the hell up.
It only matters what skin color they are.
No, they don't get a skin color. I leave it neutral. I like color texture everything.
Hey, I keep it with my own race, so it's all gray.
But you're an alien.
Exactly, it's gray.
Cosplay way too hard.
I feel like that if there was an erotica written about aliens, it'd be like 50 Shades of Grey.
Wait, so it'd be a shitty Twilight fanfiction?
No,
nice.
no, you know. I'm saying, like, I'm imagining just like this mountain of aliens on top of each other having one massive gangbang.
Erotica?
No. They call that a oh god, what the hell did they call
Alien
that?
centipede.
They're probing each other and everything.
A human centipede? I've seen it. It was gross.
I would never watch
No,
the
the
human
it's
centipede.
different from a human centipede.
I'm not even gonna question it.
Trust me, I know these things.
Rule 34.
Okay, have any of you gone on X recently?
No.
I didn't even go outside.
It's all over the place.
It's been a while since I've been on those things. And isn't that where they post all the fucking creepypasta and stuff?
Copypasta, yes. Do you know the moon isn't real?
It isn't.
It's actually a light source. The moon is a light source.
Oh.
Well, it is.
It is a
We've been
light
talking
source, but
to
it is
Muslims.
real. It is real, yes.
No, it's not real. It's actually a figment of your demented imagination.
Wait, who said are we talking about Muslims? That is so racist and triggering. You cultural appropriating bastard.
Yep.
It's definitely Christian.
No, I'm wearing bacon armor, so I'm good against Muslims.
Oh!
I believe in the Quran it says light.
And
Yeah,
when you
I'll
have to
use
go
dog
for
and then you'll be perfect.
cow armor.
Yeah.
All you'll
That's
need
the
is a dog and then be perfect.
The cow armor protects against the Indians.
Well, see, the problem is when you're wearing cow armor, you have to still have the cow alive, otherwise it doesn't work very well.
Oh my god, if I could post the video I found of a live cow slaughter, I would post it. It's amazing.
Oh, don't!
Oh,
Dude, you're gonna make me want to eat tofu and shit, man. Don't do that.
Don't you want to eat a burger?
Okay, no, they climb on it like spider monkeys. This isn't racist. And one guy takes out this really sharp-looking knife, and it goes through it like butter. And then it looks like red paint spraying all over. It's amazing.
Oh, dude, man. Okay, I gotta say, I saw a chicken slaughter once, and that was. Well,
Did the body run around?
He was involved. No, she held the body very, tightly until it
It's
sort of.
so fun.
Well, the thing about it is that the chicken had to die because it was really, really old. So didn't have much longer anyway. So she put it out of its misery and then made a nice stew out of it.
Oh hell yeah!
Delicious.
The best kind of stew is the stew you love. Am I right?
Because it was an older bird, she needed to do something like a stew or something of that nature.
Yeah, it'd be tough otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to shoot off, I think, because I've got to go and do another podcast now, which is insane. I don't know why I agreed to that.
I'll stay up all night. Good night, Ian.
Good night, guys. You've all been wonderful. It's been an amazing podcast. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been
Thank
wonderful.
you for coming on, Ian. This was good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we've got 300 or 400 views tomorrow.
That would be awesome.
I don't know if it'll happen though, because we're just so boring. We're not King of Pole or any of those other things.
No, that's because we don't cause drama.
No. But we can all get drunk next time.
No, but I mean, we have talked about chicken slaughters and Victorian tentacle fantasies, and so.
And Victorian raping, undressing, close enough.
Yeah, and how to get a Victorian woman's clothes off. I can't wait to try that information.
I assume it's very easily, because it was very man-driven back then. All a man had to do was take your clothes off, woman.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting banned from the British Museum later. I'm sorry. Well, on a high note, then, I think I'm going to run away. I think. Thank you.
Bye. Yes, I'm doing that.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
How long is this call going?
I
don't know. It goes on for 4 hours and then it stops recording. So I guess we should probably just end soon.
I think we've reached a good point to sort of wrap
Critical
things.
mass. Yeah, critical mass.
Wrap it up in bacon.
Oh gosh! Don't you know you're being terribly Islamophobic? Oh my gosh!
I have nothing wrong with them when they try to hijack my planes.
Damn it.
I'm allowed to hijack things.
No.
I hijacked them, then I probed them.
Only Christians hijack things with morality, didn't.
In marriage.
Let's pull up that atheism humor, guys.
Yay! People that had no idea that we were atheists.
it's no crime or anything like that. So
let's go genocide all the furries.
No.
Are we for real? Like,
No, don't kill the furries. Some of them are cute and cuddly. They just want to fantasize about really large wolf cocks.
No, it's dragon cocks.
There's the difference.
between cocks and dragon cocks? It really?
well, on the thought of giant dragon cocks,
Have you ever heard of Mad Dragon?
Damn it. Okay, on the note of dragon cock, I guess we should end.
It's been fun. I thank all my panelists this week. This has been awesome. And for the record 21 people, that's a record for how many people have actually seen my content. So, yeah, that's awesome. We'll be back.
Wait. There's 21 people right now that heard my racial slurs. I am embarrassed.
No, only 16 people have. So, you're good there.
That's even worse. It's like mini golf. I'm winning. The lower it goes.
Oh.
So we will be back next week. The topic will, I guess, largely be the same. Well, or not the same, but as roving as this time was. And yeah, we're going to have some all-new panelists. Thank you for those who are interested. And remember, if you are still interested, keep sending your information my way. I am getting everyone together on a group, so when I put so I can put that open call out. And yeah, this has been fun. It's hopefully this can be a continuing successful thing, because that would be really awesome in my opinion.
Yeah. Night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
All right.
Good night,
Let the hills bite.
Wait, okay, push the button. What's here?